lean up in my soda. Fresh and clean, got no hold up. I been an outcast, me and scared, we told ya. Been in that backseat, facts we move that word, but it ain't no D-R-U-G-M-B-M-U-S-I-C. I'm only human, if you cut the skin, I bet I bleed. And when my back against the ropes, put in that work, I lead. I see the vision clear, seeing things that y'all don't see. Two dubs on the vision, call it 2020.
I got my team up, hit it off from rapping, we stacking, getting my green up. We all leaned up, took it a while, trucking a minute a mile, fucking up every style. You in it now, told her my family is proud. Willing to fight and we proud, bitch, I don't wanna talk. I just walk rock, 100 bands cash, trying to get on my stock. Love all my fans, fuck on my ops, we just make jams, all I make pops. Girls gon' dance, homies I rock. Came too far and we ain't gon' stop. Gave my life and I took my shot, yeah, rose up top and I took my spot. Yeah. If it's a problem, then we really ready. Yeah, honey with me and we for the war. My heart is formed and my vision deadly. I've been dialing in my sights, see it 2020.
They say that we're too young, I hate it. They say we're being dumb, so let them talk. We're living on the run, we'll make it, you and I. I know that we're not sober, but shut up and pull me closer, yeah. Holding me still too far away. Even when we're older, I promise that I'll still hold you like we're 17 and we're not afraid of making mistakes. Ooh. We're 17 and we're not afraid. They say that we're too young. Can we go back? Can we go back? Won't fall apart, don't let my heart break. Can we go back? Can we go back? Like we're 17 and we're not afraid. They tell us that we're wrong, we might be. This life, it isn't long enough to feel. My love for you is strong, I'm fighting you and I know that we're not sober, but shut up and pull me closer, yeah. Holding me still too far away. Even when we're older, I promise that I'll still hold you like we're 17 and we're not afraid of making mistakes. Ooh. We're 17 and we're not afraid. They say that we're too young. Can we go back? Can we go back? Won't fall apart, don't let my heart break. Can we go back? Can we go back? Like we're 17 and we're not afraid. I know that we're not sober, but shut up and pull me closer, yeah. Holding me still too far away. Even when we're older, I promise that I'll still hold you like we're 17 and we're not afraid of making mistakes.
We're living for the moment now, we're one with the world. I can't lose this feeling I get. My heart's in the right place, and so is my soul, yeah. I won't take no excuses for it. Love it, need it, live it. I feel like something's missing when I do not have it. I feel it in my bones, gotta find my space. These emotions on my face, taking a toll, I gotta pay it forward. I'll give it all that I can. No matter what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take no for an answer. If it don't hurt me, it makes me stronger. Yeah. No what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take it no more. I won't. I will be there. Just leave it to me. I know what I need. You'll find if you see. And if you believe, you live and you breathe, you'll find the key. Lifting me, lifting you. Can't go alone, let's do by two. Doing this together, it's me by you. All through the night, all through the night. This is me, this is you. When we get together, we can all pull through. I don't ever wanna stop this groove. Let's get it right. Take it to the Lord, then take it to the grave. Listen to the wise man, tell me what to say. Listen to your heartbeat like it still bleed. A little bit of hope, yeah, it's what we still need. Say a little prayer for the moment. Give what you got, just go in. Can't hold you back if you own it. Live your life like a chosen. No matter what, I won't let up. in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take no for an answer. If it don't hurt me, it makes me stronger. Yeah, what I won't let up, it's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take it no more. If I won't, oh, baby, just leave it to me. I know what I need. You'll find if you see. And if you believe, you live and you breathe, you'll find the keys. Know what I need, I know what I need. You find the keys, the keys.
No, I can't remember the last time that I really felt fine. Now I'm trying to rewind, 'cause lately I've been feeling kinda hazy, like I'm stuck in a daydream, and you're not here to save me. Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore, no, no. So take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby, you feel like home. I've been reminiscing the late nights. We'd fall in love in the moonlight, then wake up at sunrise. Now I'm just thinking that we should go back to when we were, hold each other and feel good. Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore, no, no. So take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby, you feel like home. Take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby, you feel like home.
Guess who's back?
Guess who's back?
They're looking at us, an audience. Keep telling us what we can do, but here we are, showing them, making them wish they were you. We've heard the most when it comes to this. Yeah, every shade of blue, but don't even care what they all say. They think we're out of control. Yeah, truth be told, we know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. Can't stop, we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. We love the thrill. They're looking at us, an audience. Keep telling us what we can do, but here we are, showing them, making them wish they were you. We've heard the most when it comes to this. Yeah, every shade of blue, but don't even care what they all say. They think we're out of control. Yeah, truth be told, we know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. Can't stop, we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. It's just the way we live. We know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. Can't stop, we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. We're grown-up kids. Introduce me. I'm the renegade. Every single night, I crave the taste. It's the adrenaline running through my gait. It gets me high, high, high. Got no time to waste. Ain't got time for small talk. I tell you the truth. I'm faster you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in it to lose, just faster you. just faster than you.
Glasses on, my hoodie's right. Break the door, give me side eyes. Are you feeling yours? Cause I'm feeling mine. Slide back to the future, got my own time. It's sniffing dope to feel right. Got my own high, don't need no lies. Sneaky bitches never ever act with so nice. Alright. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the fire in my bed. Take a seat in the back, yeah. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the fire in my bed. Take a seat in the back, yeah. Alright, hot damn. Not worrying about man's got a plan. It's not really about the dough, got a time frame. Matter of fact, about to blow up the Hall of Fame. So good, hell I'm all fine. Got a sweet little ooh, and it's all mine. My shoe games, class high, hear it all the time. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the fire in my bed. I'ma go get 'em. No time looking back, every day gotta do better. I'ma go get 'em. Blow the roof off for I really want to see, now go tell 'em. About to touch the sky, no helmet. Preparing myself on top, no weapons. On my own, I stop caring. Cause they keep telling me you can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the fire in my bed. Take a seat in the back, yeah. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the fire in my bed. Take a seat in the back, yeah.
Leader, I got my team up. I've been a dreamer. I switched the scene up. I done got that green up. It don't make me fiend up, but they know I'm being with the rats. Call me the fiend up. Heavy work, smoke up, no lean up in my soda. Fresh and clean, got no hold up. I've been an outcast, me and scared, we told ya. Been in that backseat, fact speak. Move that word, but it ain't no D-R-U-G. M-B-M-U-S-I-C. I'm only human, if you cut the skin, I bet I bleed. And when my back against the ropes, put in that work, I lead. I see the vision clear, seeing things that y'all don't see. 2 dogs on the vision, call it 2020.
I got my team up, get it all from rapping, we stacking, getting my green up. While y'all lean up, cooking a while, trucking a minute a mile, fucking up every style. You in it now, telling my family is proud. One enough fight and we proud, bitch, I don't wanna talk. I just walk up, 100 bands cash, trying to get on my stock. Love all my fans, fuck on my ops, we just make jams, all I make pops. Girls gon' dance, homies I'll rock. Came too far, and we ain't gon' stop. Gave my life and I took my shot, yeah, I rose up top and I took my spot. Yeah. If it's a problem, then we really ready. Yeah, hunted with me and we for the war. My heart is formed and my vision deadly. I've been dotted in my sights, see it 2020.
They say that we're too young, I hate it. They say we're being dumb, so let them talk. We're living on the run, we'll make it, you and I. I know that we're not sober, but shut up and pull me closer, yeah. Holding me still too far away. Even when we're older, I promise that I'll still hold you like we're 17 and we're not afraid of making mistakes. Ooh. We're 17 and we're not afraid. They say that we're too young. Can we go back? Can we go back? Won't fall apart, don't let my heart break. Can we go back? Can we go back? Like we're 17 and we're not afraid. They tell us that we're wrong, we might be. This life, it isn't long enough to feel.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Alright, okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on. Okay.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the light, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the wait's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tetapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif kelas Becky telah pun tiba. Becky menjatuhkan mereka ingin masuk secara teleport, telah pun tiba. Xiang telah pun sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that had to sing.
It's another day, it's another Icon Series qualifier here in Malaysia. My name's TJ, joined now by Husky as we have 2 more slots to give away in the group stage of the Icon Series.
Absolutely, it's a pleasure to be here, and most importantly, two teams will have a second chance at going for the slots to go into the summer group stage, but also they'll have to face off against two new challengers who are vying for the same exact ticket into the summer season.
We got some returning faces here today if you've been watching all the other qualifiers, but we also have some returning names here because this tournament is made possible by our sponsors, Maggie, Udo, and JBL, a phrase they've heard me say many times over. So Husky, I want to start things off. We're, of course, marching to the beat of the other broadcasts. So we're going to take a look in a moment at the format, and then we're going to move through the brackets and stuff. But I want to start things off with you, just kind of, where are you at with Wild Rift here in Malaysia? What are you looking forward to today?
I mean, today, what I'm looking forward to, other than just finding out who is the better team, I also am pretty excited to see a lot of returning faces. Some of them have been on the PC platform for a long time. These veterans giving a second shot at life in Wild Rift, and they have been performing, absolutely amazing, even when the platform is different. So I want to see these guys, give that spark towards the scene and, of course, towards the competition as well.
Yeah, I want to draw on that kind of as we go through today, because you have a lot of knowledge about these teams that I, as somebody from outside of Malaysia, don't have. So we can have those conversations. One conversation we're going to have first, though, is the format for this upcoming season of the ESL Mobile Open. Take a look.
Welcome to ESL Mobile, the home of mobile esports. ESL Mobile is a global program designed to give you an opportunity to compete in your favorite mobile games, featuring multiple game titles taking place in 3 regions and offering 2 levels of competition. There's something here for everyone. ESL Mobile Open is the gateway to competitive play, free to join and open to any resident of our supported regions. This is the best way for you to enjoy the thrill of victory and take your shot at winning cash prizes. Each season of Mobile Open will consist of 2 ladders, and the top competitors from each will qualify for the Mobile Open play-ins. ESL Mobile Challenge is your path to glory. If you are a top competitor in the Mobile Open play-ins, you will earn a spot in the Mobile Challenge season. The top team from each ladder will skip the play-ins and qualify directly for the Mobile Challenge season. This is where you'll have the chance to compete against the best players in your region. At the end of each season, top Mobile Challenge players will compete in the Mobile Challenge Finals to determine a winner and be crowned their region's champion. ESL Mobile is for everyone. This is your opportunity to join a diverse and growing community of players across the world and see just how far you can go.
That guy's named Paul, and literally everyone I've had on, I've told, I know him. He's one of my friends. I know the guy that voices that video. Speaking of friends, Husky, I want you to kind of get a little bit more in depth about what you were talking about before we went there. Who are these people that, Malaysian fans may recognize? Who are these people that Western fans should maybe pay attention to as we go into our games tonight?
I think from the get-go, the first team that you should keep your eyes out for is definitely Sem9. I think all 5 players on that team have had a huge showing, even back in the days. But we can continue that conversation as we take a look at the brackets as well, coming up for today's matchup. We have SUHAZ taking on Eminence Raptors and Insomniax taking on Sem9. But yes, the 5 members in Sem9, RH, Kazuo, Ravens, Wild Rabbit, and Swag. These guys are no strangers to the Malaysian scenes at all.
And that will be our second matchup, so if you're looking forward to that. Yep. We did catch Sem9 as they lost one of their Open Qualifier slots earlier in the week, so maybe some returning favourites there. But that will be our second match of the day. Let's zoom in first on the Eminence Raptors versus SUHAZ. And the Eminence Raptors are a team that we saw again earlier in this week lose a series. We were actually prepping. We were doing like a warm-up cast over the game they lost. What are your thoughts on them real quick?
I think the standout player for me on the side of Eminence Raptors is definitely their Baron laner, Steezy. I think this guy has demonstrated a ton of mechanical prowess, so he is going to be a player that I'm looking out for to take over the Baron lane.
That we're playing against SUHAZ in our first match of the day. Of course, these are semi-finals, so these are best of 5s. You lose them, you're out. You win them, You don't need to play the finals of this tournament. You're qualified to the group stage of the Icon Series here in Malaysia. So, everything on the line.
Yeah, definitely, and they definitely. Then I am sure that they are feeling, the pressure as well. They are just one step away from qualifying, and this is going to be the lineup for SUHAZ, Zealot, Shok, Zuto, Asakura, and Lucio. And despite all the attention that I've given to Sem9, Lucio is also another player that is no stranger towards the esports, at least towards mobile MOBA. So to see him switching titles to Wild Rift and competing on such a high level, I'm super excited.
That's one of the things that we don't really get in the West, at least not yet. We don't have anyone swapping from PC esports to mobile esports. But of course, because mobile esports in Southeast Asia are treated fairly, equivalently, we're getting to see the first inklings of what that looks like.
Yeah, I think, for at least for the local scene domestically, Lucio didn't just swap platform, but he has been playing on different mobile MOBAs before Wild Rift, and he was a coach at one point. So that kind of shift is something that is very rare when it comes to at least the domestic scene, but it's also very precious to see them being able to play on such a high level on a different game, right? But for Eminence Raptors, I really want to look at Steezy, but we also cannot forget the rest of the team: Newgate, Hilla, Fluffy, and Kids, as they make up the rest of Eminence Raptors.
And there are some changes here on the roster from the team that competed in the Open Qualifiers earlier this week. So maybe that's just availability. Oftentimes these teams will change rosters on a pretty daily basis just because of who's around. Or maybe there were some changes made, Husky. If that's the case, I think we should talk about the remaining players. Fluffy down there in the bottom lane did get a couple of early leads in those games and struggled to convert them, struggled to do very much with those leads as the AD carry. So I want to see that improve today. I want to see that change for Eminence Raptors. Don't leave Steezy all alone on the top side of the map. You also won't want to leave your headset alone if you buy one of these new JBL headsets. Did you see that segue? It was so good. The new JBL Quantum Series headsets are available now. You can find out more over at jbl.com.my.
It's definitely a lovely one. I always enjoy good sound quality, but at the same time, I also want to enjoy good internet and data connection. And this is why we have Yudu powered by Cellcom. All you guys have to do is to whip out your mobile devices, scan the QR code right down below, and get a 5 GB data for free right now.
Which is an incredible offer. So make sure you scan that QR code. If it would work for me, I would. And of course, over our two games today, we do get to see these teams qualify. And I want to highlight that this isn't a end-all tournament. We've already seen some incredible teams qualify out of the Icon Series Open Qualifiers earlier in this week and the one last weekend. So these victories today kind of set up future matches more than anything else.
Yeah, and it's also kind of the stepping stone or a milestone for a lot of these players who have been eyeing, for the ticket for a long time, right? Like, even when we look at Eminence Raptors, there are a couple of changes. We no longer see Mats, we no longer see Eros in both the jungle and the middle lane. But I do agree with your point. Bottom lane, both Fluffy and Kids, they have those fundamentals, but they kind of need to do more, because it almost felt like Steezy is the one bearing most of the responsibility, and a Baron laner alone just cannot do everything by himself.
But I would like to see another performance like the one we had last week from Steezy, if it's all right. I would like to see a top laner take over the map quite like that again.
Yeah, definitely. And now we will have... Whoops, synergy. But yeah, we will have SUHAZ taking on Eminence Raptors coming up after this in this first semifinals and best of 5. But I believe before we kick off this incredible series, we're gonna go for a short break, and when we return, it will be the best of 5 kicking off.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosivitas Becky telah tiba. Becky menjatuhkan serangan. Mereka ingin masuk secara teleport, telah pun tiba, Xiang telah pun sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that had to sing.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Alright, okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
Into my eyes, I'm not afraid. Take over my mind till it fades. Like a medicine, it keeps me safe. This neon lights lead the way. Ain't got time for small talk. I tell you the truth. I'm fast for you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in it to lose. Just fast for you. Fast for you. I tell you the truth. I'm fast for you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in it to lose. Just fast for you. I tell you the truth. Just faster than you. Just faster than you.
Glasses on, my hoodie's right. Break the door, give me side eyes. I ain't feeling yours, cause I'm feeling mine. Slide back to the future, got my own time. It's sniffing dope to feel right. Got my own high, don't need no lines. Sneaky bitches never ever acting so nice. Alright. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the volume up there. Take a seat in the back, yeah. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the volume up there. Take a seat in the back, yeah. Alright, hot damn. Not worrying about man's got a plan. It's not really about the dough, got a time frame. Matter of fact, about to blow up the Hall of Fame. So good, hell, I'm all fine. Got a sweet little ooh, and it's all mine. My shoe games, class high, hear it all the time. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosivitas Becky telah tiba. Becky menjatuhkan serangan. Mereka ingin masuk secara teleport, telah pun tiba, Xiang telah pun sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that had to sing.
Welcome back to the League of Legends Wild Rift Icon Series for Malaysia Open Qualifiers number 3 as we get ready for an explosive best of 5s between SUHAZ and Eminence Raptors. My name is Husky and I'm graced by the presence of my co-caster on this broadcast, TJ.
I was thinking about interrupting you just as you began to kind of reprise what we did at the end of the last segment. I thought maybe it would just set the tone for the rest of the broadcast in a really good way, but I decided to let you have it.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate it a lot. But regardless, that's what makes us look forward to a good show. But what makes it better is that we have the picks and bans ready, so we're gonna take a look at that and see what these two teams have in store for us for this upcoming best of 5.
And we know what to pay attention to for Eminence Raptors. We're paying attention to that top side. Steezy, do they get any of the powerful top lane characters? Well, right off the bat, no. Camille gets banned out. And Camille is considered pick ban by a lot of these teams. They feel like they absolutely have to get rid of her no matter what happens. But I think there's just extra emphasis placed on it during this.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think how Steezy has been able to dictate those games even when they lose it has been convincing enough to for other teams to show respect to him. So that Camille ban coming out from SUHAZ is definitely a good start, but there are still a couple of picks maybe.
We did get told that there was a incorrect ban, which is why we've just restarted the pick ban phase. So maybe it was that Camille ban.
Maybe it was that Camille ban.
A minute analyzing was a mistake. No, it wasn't.
Maybe it was not the Camille ban. No, it was the Corki ban. So we still get a Camille banned out. Wonder if this will force Steezy into the Fiora. We saw, Garen being a pretty popular Baron lane pick as well, just to frontline. So I would say he has a lot of options despite not having the Camille. And SUHAZ, they're looking at the Fiora ban, and yes, they take out the Grand Duelist.
Pick Darius right off the bat, Steezy. I dare you. I would love to see that. It's going to be the Akali instead. Of course, I completely blanked. Yes, the Akali will go through, and that probably does mean that Darius gets locked in as one of the safest top lane options at this point. The ban phase for Eminence Raptors are doing a highlight. They got rid of both Vi and Wukong, so there's a really distinct focus on the jungle pool. But as with the Akali, they didn't get rid of what's considered the strongest jungler in the Lee Sin.
Yeah, absolutely. And SUHAZ, they responded with the Braum and Lee Sin. Eminence Raptors, they just instantly lock in the Kai'Sa. I believe we talked about this during our prep, where at least according to the Philippine region, Braum and Kai'Sa had the almost 100% pick and ban rates. They are always the priority duo bot. And Eminence Raptors taking the Kai'Sa away is a good choice. They even dropped the Galio into the draft as well. So a lot of frontlining and protection for this Kai'Sa to show up in the late game.
Galio is really important, I think, into Lee Sin because of the AoE taunt, which can just deny that aggression. Galio is the most important, most effective anti-assassin frontline. But you also can grab a support pick here that has AoE CC, and that's going to be the Alistair, whom I think is the most powerful competitive support, no matter what the Braum lovers say. And we are going to get that. The Alistair comes down here alongside the Kai'Sa for what I think is the most effective bot lane. They get the Galio, which is very important defensively, and the Jarvan Akali to go a little bit more aggressive, pin down the front line. In summary, I really like the Eminence Raptors draft.
Yeah, I completely agree. You called the Darius pick as well as one of the safest options, and SUHAZ, they will go for it. But overall, we've seen the difference between Kai'Sa and Corki in terms of the impact going to the later stages of the game. And it just feels like Eminence Raptors have more of the boxes ticked compared to SUHAZ.
SUHAZ, let's talk about what they do have though, and that is a truly incredible amount of commitment and burst damage. Like if they want to just get rid of somebody, they really do have that. So if they're ever an opportunity, if they ever have access to the Kai'Sa, if they ever have access to the Akali, or even the Jarvan, left alone inside the jungle, that character is dead. So for SUHAZ, I think they want to get aggressive early and push those advantages. Try to shut down the map at its earliest stage, given that I don't think they win the late game 5v5s without an advantage.
Yeah, definitely. And I think this is what makes Wild Rift so fun. You have these kind of different team compositions. One team is heavily reliant on their AD carry, which is not in this case, Eminence Raptors, right? You want the Kai'Sa to stay alive and just shoulder the damage of the responsibility of dealing most of the damage. But on the side of SUHAZ, all they smell is the blood of this Kai'Sa. They get their hands on her, they get their hands on the isolated target. That's an easy kill. So SUHAZ, just like how the logo dictates, they're an Orca will. I want them to unleash that killer instincts. But for the Raptors, let's see if they can keep this Kai'Sa alive.
Oh my god, I didn't even realize. We have such a good thematic battle here today. The orcas versus the dinosaurs. I don't know.
Yes,
my money is on the Raptors.
Not like this actually feels like a sports match. You have the Raptors against the Orcas. Instant flash forced out. Shook getting scared away by a five-man gang from Raptors.
Poor Jacques. He was just doing his Tai Chi in the morning, warming up in the park, like old people do. And 5 people come in, instantly burned flash, instantly a disadvantage for SUHAZ. And I think they really wanted that Lee Sin to be able to gank early, to be able to be the early game terror that this character is. And I'm certainly not saying that Shook can't be an early game threat, but it's going to be that much harder.
Yeah, and to add on top of that, now without the flash, it is harder for the SUHAZ in general to take the risk, right, to go on to Eminence Raptors. But I guess the silver lining is that at least the draft from the Raptors are not particularly good at punishing this Lee Sin even when he is flashless. So Shook should be fine, just has to focus on that farm and getting those and waiting for the flash to come back online.
Yeah, I mean, the Eminence Raptors, all they really need is for these lane phases to go all right and for them to get to the 5v5. And if that goes to plan, they're winning. You're not really looking for them to be building an advantage here early. So I think we do need to be careful how we cover these first 10 minutes or so. Because if it trades even, Eminence Raptors are winning. SUHAZ need to be earning a lead right now.
And that's what it's all about when it comes to tempo. And here we go, the headbutt polarized onto Zudo, forcing the barrier out. But we get a 2-man taunt from Hilla, and that's the first blood. The Raptors draw blood. Yeah, they get 2 as well. Kid trying to get the stun off, but the trample does not connect. They take out the cow. It's going to be SUHAZ trading 1 back. Shook joins the fight, takes out Hilla, a 2-for-2 trade. And it's Eminence Raptors, though, getting a bit more off of that first blood.
Yeah, I think that trading overall favors Eminence Raptors. It depends how much Shook does with the gold that Shook did get from that fight. But I will say, even though that trade does end even, I don't think it makes sense for Eminence Raptors to be going for that fight. Again, I'm reading these notes. They should have them as well because they drafted the team comp. I want to see them play this early game slow and safe, win lanes if they can get it, maybe send some ganks up top side, try and get the Akali off to a good start. But they don't need to do anything crazy. This shouldn't be them forcing plays.
But I guess at the same time, the idea was kind of correct, right? If you look at the distribution of the resources, both the kills went into Hilla, so he can be a more threatening front line with that gold lead. But at the same time, you give Shook that 1 kill, it basically just nullifies whatever disadvantage that the Raptors dealt to him by taking out his flash earlier on. So I guess if you're SUHAZ, you should feel pretty comfortable with that exchange.
Yeah, I mean, the danger here... Oh my lord, Steezy, what
Steezy,
is this?
You can die!
Oh!
That's what we call perfect execution, and we said, we have to keep an eye on Steezy, and that's exactly what he does. He delivers the result, just kills off Zealot underneath the tower, and Shook was nearby as well, and there was nothing that this Lee Sin can do.
That was one of the most disgusting solo kills I've seen in Wild Rift ever. Just a 1v1 in lane, and it wasn't even close.
Yeah, and just like that, Hextech Gunblade completed for the Akali. Spirit Vessel still, getting built up by Zealot. He's not even really winning the lane per se. We saw early on Steezy just constantly harassing him with a 5-point strike and just burning his barrier early on as well. So all these defensive mechanisms for Zealot feels kind of underwhelming if that's the case.
Which is a shame, because again, the reason you pick Darius for Zealot is because you want that lane to be safe and stable. And if you can achieve that, then you're winning. Because all that you're there to do is to stop Steezy from being a mid-late game terror. And SUHAZ want to earn their fights, or earn their leads elsewhere on the map, but they'll need to earn them here. This needs to be a fight they win.
Show just tries to go for the steal, flashes it, doesn't get anything though. They will engage regardless as the Thunderdome just gets instantly dropped. They take out the Lee Sin. Steezy's in the backline. Eliminates Luchu. Gets the Shuriken connect as well, and is going straight. Gets charmed by Zuto. Throws out the 5-point strike. Damage not really sufficient, but it is still Steezy bringing things to life. That's Eminence Raptors getting 3 kills and a Drake.
What are you doing, Steezy? And this is everything they wanted. Like I said at the very beginning of this game, I think they have a better 5v5 teamfight composition. So the danger was this Lee Sin. The danger was lane leads, anything from skirmishes that developed in the opening few moments. We're 5 minutes in now and they're sitting on a quite handy gold lead, and all of it is in the places you want it to be. Healer and Steezy both very far out ahead, and critically Shook not doing so hot, not anymore.
And no, again, the whole premise of Steezy being the man of the team is definitely coming true. They're trying to gank him though. They get the flag and drag Steezy playing within the Twilight Shroud. Here comes Zuto with the charm. They will take out Steezy for 20 seconds, and that's exactly what SUHAZ wants to achieve. Hilla comes in, Newgate drags himself forward, trying to look for an opening, but they do have all 4 members of SUHAZ there. The kick will connect as Newgate will also be shut down.
I need to gather my strength.
And we get a little bit of the demonstration of the other side of the card there, which is that SUHAZ do have mechanical advantages during this early game period. They do win these fights, which is why I said I don't think Eminence Raptors should be going for these 2v2, 3v3 skirmishes during the early game. They should be holding their gold and risking it on the 5v5s. As is, that 2v2, 3v3 goes against them and puts SUHAZ back in this game.
And Steezy, he's gonna try again for the solo kill. There is the Noxian Guillotine. Steezy tanking the turret shot. He's bleeding out. The hemorrhage will expire, but no, Steezy stays alive with a slither of health. Gets the honey fruit recovery as well. And Eminence Raptor dodging a bullet, and Zealot will also be able to reset himself.
I desperately want to know how much HP Steezy had at the end of that. I have to imagine it was like single digits.
Oh yeah. But Zealot also did a great job. Able to, I believe, cancel the Shuriken flick with the Apprehend. That extra damage would have killed Zealot if it's not for that. But SUHAZ bringing 4 members to the bottom lane. They will run into Newgate, I believe, but Jarvan will just drag himself away. Meanwhile, top lane, Hilla just comes in, gets the knockup and the taunt. Zealot has no way out. He survived the first time, but not this time.
So SUHAZ now need this turret in the bottom lane to even up the trading. They will get it, and this now we're just both split pushing. Do Eminence Raptor go for another turret here? And I think they do. SUHAZ will back. And so Eminence Raptors have won this trade just on the plates they get, even though they didn't finish that. If they get away, which they should.
And Eminence Raptors, they did not suffer any casualties. The Baron lane tier 2 turret stays alive. And SUHAZ, they were confident to go for it. There was the package for Asakura, so he can engage whenever needed. SUHAZ is immediately making a beeline towards the Drake. 20 seconds until the second Drake spawns.
So one of the other things that I'm bringing from our performance of Eminence Raptors earlier on in the Open Qualifiers is that their plays around these objectives kind of suck. The way they make macro calls around the objective lost them their ticket into the first Open Qualifier. So I need to see these be clean and decisive. And so far, it's been a huge improvement.
And they should be able to secure this. Shug's trying again, but no avail. Asakura just dives in with the package, but was able to get away, at least for now. You have to keep your eyes onto Steezy, as Steezy should be able to do a lot of work. Here comes the Hero's entrance, getting the knockup onto 2, but it doesn't really matter too much though, because SUHAZ, they are winning out most of these fights. Eminence Raptor getting slaughtered. Steezy However, able to return fire, and they've already gotten 3. Rampage for Fluffy, he goes down, but it's Steezy that does the cleanup, sending 4 members of SUHAZ back to the fountain, and it's Eminence Raptors with a 4-man kill and another Drake in the bank.
A very distinct focus for SUHAZ there on getting Fluffy dead, which is very important in this composition normally, but you're playing in these extremely messy, wide-open team fights. That means that at the end of the, very scrappy knockdown fight, guess what? There are a lot of low HP members and a fed Akali looking for blood. Very easy fight for Steezy to clean up, even though SUHAZ kind of won it for the first couple of moments.
Yeah, I honestly thought that SUHAZ had that fight. They might have lost the Drake, but perhaps they could get some champion kills in return. But evidently, that was not the ending that both of us expected. Eminence Raptors just has such a huge lead as we take a look at this instant replay.
Well, this is something that Steezy is so good at, and one of the things that stood out previously is Steezy's positioning and read on these messy team fights. It's very easy to just get overwhelmed and not be able to keep track of all the movement, but Steezy has a constant kind of mental picture of what's going on in the overall fight, and he's able to keep track of where to position to get a kill, how to isolate these individual 1v1s. And that's why you always, if you're exiting a team fight on low HP versus Steezy, you only have like a 50% chance of actually being able to exit the fight.
Yeah, let's speak about that. Steezy going for another 1 versus 1 kill, and that is just too easy for Steezy. Zealot did not stand a chance, even used the barrier to keep himself alive, and that will allow the Raptors to just start this Baron Nashor. SUHAZ seemingly have no idea of this happening, so this will go over to the Raptors.
Look at Healer playing zone right now on the minimap. You can see why SUHAZ they may know this is happening, but why they can't contest it. It's because Healer's just making sure nobody gets close in the jungle. That entire jungle is warded. Oh, kick needs to be burned defensively. And also, during that time, Steezy was hard shoving in the bottom lane. So there was just, if you go to fight the Baron, you lose a turret, and you don't get there in time, because you have to fight your way through a Galio, who's just going to soak up your time. Galio just burns time like no other champion.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the early 2 kills for Hilla really helped him out, because it allowed him to get the early route of Aegis. So this Galio is a formidable force for SUHAZ to deal with. But even if we look back at the team fight at the Drake pit, it felt like Asakura was the one that kind of brought the team fight down for his team, just dove right into 4 guys. And now Eminence Raptors with this lead, they might be looking to close out this game with that Baron push.
I don't think they can quite finish it with just the mid-wave, so you're waiting for the 1-3-1 to execute. Which is really good to see from Eminence Raptors. As I said, their macro, their overall map control was really their undoing. During their last Open Qualifier, they weren't able to threaten multiple lanes simultaneously. They weren't able to leverage the fact that Steezy had split lane push. But here, they sync up the waves and they go in.
The inhibitor turret is taking a lot of damage. They get the apprehend onto Hilla, forcing the flash out, which is a good start. As the Sonic Wave onto Steezy, no one from SUHAZ wants to commit. They know that it's not a feasible option, so they will have to give up the inhibitor turret as Hilla continues to just play point defense in front of the base as the rest of the team goes for that third Drake.
This is so much better for Eminence Raptors. In the 2-3 days between the first Open Qualifier and this Open Qualifier, they have gotten so much better in terms of macro. Right there, they take the mid turret, and instantly, no questions asked, they go, okay, what does that let us do? What has taking this inhibitor turret opened on the map? The answer, of course, being, now there's no way they can stop us from taking this Drake, so long as we move fast. If you reset, you maybe create that opportunity. So, Eminence Raptors don't make the mistake that the Eminence Raptors I watched during Open Qualifier 2 would have made. They instantly reset, come back to the Drake, take it cleanly, then go back to base.
And right after that, they make the effort to move towards the Baron lane, the top lane instead, knowing that that wave is shoving in, the inhibitor turret is slower than the one in the bottom lane. It almost feels like everything is perfectly written in a script, and Eminence Raptors, they are just acting it out. Kids just standing in front, tanking all these crowd control and damage from SUHAZ.
Yeah, this is really good. And I want to call out where it's coming from, because obviously the flashy plays are coming from Steezy, but Hilla's doing a really good job of zone controlling, map controlling here. Where this Galio stands, nobody dares contest.
Yeah, and feels like this split push is really working out. They do get a bit of damage onto Steezy, but Zealot can't really walk too up front. At the same time, both Newgate and Hilla are pushing the bot wave in, so Eminence Raptors, they're going to eventually take out all the inhibitor turrets. It's just a matter of time. The bottom one has already gone down. Baron Nashor has respawned. SUHAZ, they need to make something happen.
Yeah, and they try. They do push aggressive here, and that was right, because this is maybe the first tempo mistake or tempo window. I don't want to call it a mistake. It's maybe the first opportunity that Eminence Raptors have handed over. The way they've reset here is a little bit sloppy. But SUHAZ don't manage to find any of the opportunities, they don't manage to find any of the kills, and so everyone resets. The only thing that SUHAZ have that they were afforded by that opportunity is they have a single ward inside the Baron pit.
And Steezy going on a one-man mission. They have Hilla with the hero's entrance. He gets the solo kill onto Zealot, and the knockout connects onto Shock. The Blind Mar is going to go down. They even get the Cataclysm onto Lucio. Lucio puts up the shield, protects his teammates, and he does do so, but at the cost of two of their beefiest frontliners, Zealot and Shock, getting executed by Steezy. Eminence Raptors, they should be able to secure this Baron.
What a good play again from the Galio there. Being able to join that fight, slam down with the heroic entrance, find a devastating 3-man taunt. Game's just over. And Hilla's back out again, shoving top lane to make sure Hilla and Steezy both doing that, to make sure that nobody can contest. There are a couple of reasons why these two characters are doing it. I just want to call those out. The reason you put Akali and Galio on this job, on the split push side lane job, is because they're both high mobility. And in the case of the Akali, that's because she has like 6 dashes. In the case of the Galio, he's got a pretty solid dash of his own, but also the ultimate. He can just TP across the map.
Yep, and Eminence Raptors, they want to go straight for the juggler. You can see the Redemption drop down to Cataclysm, and the heroic entrance catches everyone from SUHAZ's team, and that is what we call a grand slam from the Raptors. They're going to go straight for the Nexus, and that is it. Game 1 going over to Eminence Raptors in this best of 5.
And what a convincing win that was. Their macro and tempo control is just so much better than it was during the last tournament we watched from them. I'm really kind of blown away by the improvements they've made. I don't, it's always difficult to tell. I don't know whether or not these are player swaps or account name changes or who knows. But I know that watching Hilla play mid worked so much better for the team this week. Being able to see the way he was controlling the map kind of in tandem with Steezy was the missing link. They now had the space created on the map that the rest of their team could just kind of play behind that. There was a clarity of vision now that there wasn't previously for Eminence Raptors.
Yeah, and I think from this first game alone, there are a lot of talking points, from the draft to how Eminence Raptors played the map compared to SUHAZ, but it is definitely an undeniable fact. Other than Hilla, Steezy put up a absolute spectacle. No matter what SUHAZ did, it felt like they could never shut Steezy down.
Yeah, there's a look at your damage numbers. Hilla getting a lot of credit for just being present in those fights. Big AoE damage. Steezy earning a truly ludicrous amount for an assassin. Akali normally does high amounts of burst damage onto very few people, and the damage numbers don't usually add up. But this has kind of uncovered, and this damage chart does uncover the fact that Eminence Raptors are not a team that's playing too fluffy. They are not using Fluffy as a major damage source, which you don't necessarily have to. There are a lot of games in League of Legends PC that play around their mid laner, that play around their top laner. So if I'm actually taking anything from this game, it's that Eminence Raptors should full commit to that. if Fluffy is going to be a little bit more of a supportive player, we call them stable in League of Legends. We say he's a stable teamfight carry. He'll scale up, he'll do damage in late game. If that's the playstyle you're looking for from Fluffy, send those early ganks and that early pressure up towards Steezy. Make sure Steezy has a lead, and they'll be able to repeat this almost every time.
Yeah, and I feel like I definitely have been doing it the correct way, right? Before the game started, we looked at the draft and I said, I think Fluffy is definitely going to be the focal point for Raptors, but they completely proved me otherwise. It was not Fluffy, it was Steezy and Hilla, both solo laners working in tandem. And Fluffy, sure, he's in the background, but those small contributions, they do add up.
And that caught SUHAZ out, because then they're like, oh, we gotta kill Fluffy, we gotta shut down the Kai'Sa. And that wasn't what they needed to do. That was never, an opportunity to shut down Eminence Raptors. Even when they did get the early kills, it didn't matter, because the actual damage threats were in the top and mid lane.
Yeah, and we saw that happen, right? The very first big team fight, SUHAZ just threw all their bodies at Fluffy, and sure, Fluffy went down, but they lost 3 guys in the process, which was a huge loss at the end of the day. So that is going to conclude our first game of the semifinals, going over to Eminence Raptors, where more to come. But before that, we do have an upcoming post-match analysis after this break, so do not go anywhere.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas Becky diterlampau tiba. Becky menjatuhkan serangan. Mereka ingin masuk secara teleport, telah pun tiba, Xiang telah pun sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that had to sing.
Leader, I got my team up. I've been a dreamer. I switched the scene up. I done got that green up. It don't make me fiend up, but they know I'm being with the rats. Call me the fiend up. Every word, smoke up, no lean up in my soda. Fresh and clean, got no hold up. I've been an outcast, me and scared we told ya. Been in that backseat, facts speak. Move that word, but it ain't no D-R-U-G. M-B-M-U-S-I-C. I'm only human. If you cut the skin, I bet I bleed. And when my back against the walls, put in that work, I leave. I see the vision clear, seeing things that y'all don't see. 2 dogs on a vision, call it 2020.
I got my team up, hit it off from rapping, we stacking, getting my green up. With y'all leaned up, took it a while, trucking a minute a mile, fucking up every style. You in it now, told her my family is proud. Willing to fight and we proud, bitch, I don't wanna talk, I just walk up, 100 bands cash, trying to get on my stock. Love all my fans, fuck on my ops, we just make jams, all I make pops. Girls gon' dance, homies I'll rock, came too far and we ain't gon' stop. Gave my life and I took my shot, yeah, rose up top and I took my spot. Yeah. If it's a problem, then we really ready. Yeah, hunted with me and we for the war. My heart is formed and my vision deadly. I've been dotted in my sights, see it 2020.
Two doves on a vision, doves on a vision, 2
lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif Gas. Becky itelah pun tiba. Becky menjatuhkan seorang. Mereka ingin masuk secara teleport, telah pun tiba. Xiang telah pun sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. One in a million, the billions that had to sing.
A incredible Game 1 win from the Eminence Raptors sets us up to talk things through. My name is still TJ, joined by the one and only Husky, and that was not only one of the most impressive games of Wild Rift I've seen, but also one of the most impressive games of Wild Rift I've seen from a team that looked the opposite of impressive naught but 3 days ago, when they bombed out of this same Open Qualifier series in the semi-finals without having any kind of macro control, any kind of tempo control. That's changed today.
Yeah, absolutely. And know that I believe that there are definitely a lot of talking points, and it almost feels like it's hard to pick one to start with. But from the get-go, I just want to touch a bit on the draft, right? I think we had this conversation just right before this, where the Corki feels super out of place.
Yeah, we were having this conversation off air, but the Corki, as I was kind of talking about during the draft, really struggled in this fight. This was the good one, you can see, because there's a sustained fight happening in front of Ascura, and they're just able to dump damage in. That's what the Corki does well. But every fight from here on out, the burst damage dive that is there for SUHAZ is going to go in, and the Corki is going to struggle to do anything with it, because the Corki doesn't really have burst damage, and these fights are not lasting a long time.
Yeah, and I think, yeah, this is probably the second Drake fight where, you know, before this whole sequence, Asakura had the very bold idea of just dive bombing into the enemy team, but even that did not work out. So how do you I want to get an insight on this. How do you recover from a deficit like this? You know, like in the mid game where you see a player like Steezy solo killing a Darius. How do you recover?
Is it cheating if I say you start talking about the next game?
No,
because
it's a perfectly understandable, stance.
Yeah, because I hated that draft. If you remember, I said they need to do something incredible in the early game to win this game. And I hold to that. Eminence Raptors outdrafted them. We're always going to win the 5v5 team fights if we went late game. And so your only hope is really with that Lee Sin during the early game. And to be fair, Shuk, who was the Lee Sin player for SUHAZ, did do an incredibly good job during that early game, had a number of good fights that went well, but it wasn't enough, and it never could have been enough unless they had a, Steezy-like performance.
Yeah, and it also feels like if you're running a lineup that demands a lead from the get-go, playing at a deficit just makes things slightly harder, right? And the draft itself didn't really help with that situation. Again, the Corki, I feel like, was one of the biggest issues for the draft. Xayah would have been a better choice, 10 times better, 100 times better than the Corki. But with that aside, I think a lot of credit should go to Eminence Raptors for a clean game in general.
Yeah, Eminence Raptors definitely should be our main story coming out of this, because they spent this entire game just looking so organized, and that wasn't a word I would have attributed to them during their loss. Like I said, this was one of the best games of League of Legends Wild Rift I have seen yet, and they did it only a couple of days after producing one of the most tragic defeats I've ever seen from a team. I don't know if you've seen that game, VOD, but they won the entire game. Steezy had the absurd lead on Fiora. We cast the first half of that game.
Yeah.
They lost that game, the game we were warming up on. And they lost it because even with the gold lead, they were hovering around the Baron, and they could never get enough of a lead to actually start the Baron, and they were playing against a late game team, so every moment that the game just kept going on, the other team was getting back into it. And it was exactly the kind of situation that Eminence Raptors in this game were able to very cleanly avoid. So I want to see more of that organized play from them.
Yeah, definitely, and it also proves that Eminence Raptors are really cherishing this second chance, at qualifying for the summer group stage. But with that being said, that's it for our post-game analysis for Game 1. We're gonna go for a short break, and when we come back, we will jump into Game number 2 between Eminence Raptors and SUHAZ. Don't go anywhere.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas Becky terlampau tiba. Becky menjatuhkan mereka ingin masuk secara teleport, terlampau tiba, Xiang terlampau sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. One in a million, the billions that had to say.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Get in. Alright, down already. Nexus. Alright, okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
Holding me still too far away. Even when we're older, I promise that I'll still hold you like we're 17 and we're not afraid of making mistakes. Ooh. We're 17 and we're not afraid. They say that we're too young. And we go back. Won't fall apart, don't let my heart break. And we go back. Like we're 17 and we're not afraid. I know that we're not sober, but shut up and pull me closer, yeah. Holding me still too far away. Even when we're older, I promise that I'll still hold you like we're 17 and we're not afraid of making mistakes.
We're living for the moment now, we're one with the world. I can't lose this feeling I get. My heart's in the right place, and so is my soul, yeah. I won't take no excuses for it. Love it, need it, live it. I feel like something's missing when I do not have it. I feel it in my bones, gotta find my space. These emotions on my face, taking a toll, I gotta pay it forward. I'll give it all that I can. No matter what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take no for an answer. If it don't hurt me, it makes me stronger. Yeah, no what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take it no more. I won't be there. Just leave it to me. I know what I need. You'll find if you see.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas Becky terlampau tiba. Becky menjatuhkan mereka ingin masuk secara teleport, terlampau tiba, Xiang terlampau sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. One in a million, the billions that had to say.
Welcome back to League of Legends Wild Rift Icon Series for Malaysia Open Qualifiers number 3. We're in the first semi-finals between Eminence Raptors and SUHAZ. And the Raptors, they've just drawn first blood against the Orcas. My name is Husky and I'm joined by TJ on this very wonderful Sunday.
I don't know what I'm doing with my hands. It's game number 2. Game number 1 was really good for Eminence Raptors. We spent the last post-game analysis talking through exactly how impressive it looked. I think for this next segment, as we head into the draft, I want to flip that. I want to talk about what needs to change here for SUHAZ. I talked about wanting to see something different in the AD carry role. I'm going to say I will be happy if this draft is more focused on any theme whatsoever. I just want more of a designed team composition from them, however it ends up looking.
Yeah, and from right out the gates, Camille and Galio being banned out. So instead of Fiora, we get a Galio ban. I think SUHAZ don't really want to deal with that big statue. But for Eminence Raptors, they will stick with both the Vi and the Wukong. No deviation right there. SUHAZ will get the Fiora for themselves though.
Yeah, and I don't know enough about Zealot to know whether or not this is something that Zealot likes a lot, or a intentional, like it's a secondary ban situation where they're taking it away. But I hope it's not the latter. I hope it is something that Zealot likes, because there's not really any point. We're talking about this during the break. There's not really any point banning out Steezy. You are going to end up with Steezy on Camille, Fiora, or Akali, no matter what you do. And they're going to be fine, and even if you take away all those, they're going to play Darius and also be fine. So this should just be Zealot taking the safest lane they can. If that's Fiora, happy for them. SUHAZ do get the Alistar Kai'Sa lane though, and that's very cool.
Yeah, they finally decided to not, go for the Corki. Kai'Sa is available, so why not? But that also means that they're giving the Braum and Akali away back to Eminence Raptors, and Eminence Raptors also snatches the Lee Sin. They lock in Katarina. SUHAZ responds with the Gragas pick.
This is a lot of assassins out from Eminence Raptors, and this is kind of what I was talking about when I said building towards a thematic, having a central idea to your composition. The central idea, oh, I love this. This is another really good draft out of Eminence Raptors. The central idea is they're going to have a front line that is Katarina, Lee Sin, Akali. They're going to dive in, they're going to mess people up. Behind them is going to be Braum, Xayah, and that is a really safe two-man duo. If you need two characters for your bottom lane that are somehow going to survive despite having no support, it is those two characters, because Braum can block all projectiles, and the Xayah has momentary invulnerability. So they are going to be fine as kind of a core unit that soaks up damage, deals some of their own, while this Katarina, Akali, Lee Sin jump into the backlines. It could go wrong if the Katarina, Akali, Lee Sin are shut down during the early game. If somehow, none of those characters get off to a good start, then Eminence Raptors do have a problem. But if any of those characters get rolling, they're in business.
Yeah, and we'll just have to see how this pans out, because, to add on to the point of the whole the Xayah Braum duo, no matter what you do as the Kai'Sa and Alistar, you will never really get the easy access towards the backline because of how strong Braum is as a support himself. And like you said, Xayah has the ability to peel for herself with Featherstorm. And I'm expecting the New Gate to just be the man that does all the big plays with the Lee Sin. We've seen him do it in the previous game, I believe, on Jarvan. So now I want to see how he plays that Lee Sin.
SUHAZ do have a composition that could play towards a specific win condition. If it does, that specific win condition is oh no.
Early gang squad. Go first blood for the Raptors. You feel deja vu?
It was a quick back.
Deja vu.
It was resetting. It's fine. Both Flash and Parry are burned there for Zuto as 5 players jump out of the bush and find a level 1 kill. Okay. So if there is a win condition, it is Asakura in the bottom lane. We have this is now going to be a much less effective dragon, but you do have the Aurelion Sol in mid, who's very good at roaming. I want to see those early roams go down towards the bottom lane and see if they can boost ahead this Kai'Sa. Because Zealot on the Fiora is either going to win or lose this top lane, and either way needs to kind of be left to their own devices to do it.
And look at what Eminence Raptors is doing. They're leaving the Xayah, they're leaving Fluffy to get the solo experience and go. Meanwhile, Newgate and Kids, they're actually, walking side by side, holding hands to invade the enemy jungle. This is kind of a switch up, knowing that the Xayah will never ever die alone. And now SUHAZ trying to go for a counter jungle. They might be able to get this though. Fluffy spots them out, but it doesn't matter. Shook will secure that blue buff.
And that's a good swing for SUHAZ to go for, because they know Again, this game is all about them winning early.
You see Lucio able to get the headbutt off. Zuto also joins, but the bouncing blade actually knocks him off. He's trapped, he doesn't have flash, no barrier, and they're just gonna go on him. Newgate just safeguards in. Here comes Shook with the body slam. He flashes away, but the silent wave connects, and the blind one is gonna draw that kill for himself. They get Zuto as well. A catastrophic rotation from SUHAZ.
Oh no. That's yeah, there's no analysis for that. Sorry, Husky, that's just rough.
Yeah, it's, you know, it happens, but when it does, it... Oh man.
It looked like he dropped out of the spell, I'm forgetting the name, but the flying spell a little bit early. I don't know if that was bad pathing or just like his finger slipped. Either way, it sucks.
He got knocked off by the bouncing blade as well, so that was kind of the... you can say technically Healer picked him out of the skies, and he's now 0-2, has to take the bot lane instead. This dragon will find it really hard to recover.
Yeah. And, you know, there goes all of the roaming I was talking about. And they are... Oh, I love this from Eminence Raptors. They're like sharks in the ocean. They smell blood, and so they hurry down towards this bot side and just keep pressing this lane, keep trying to farm gold off of it.
Yeah, you know, both teams, you know, technically are predators. You know, one's a killer whale, one is a raptors, but you know, as we take a look at this replay, it's just so unfortunate. Shook was trying to be a good teammate, but he went down as well. But I guess the main
should not
difference...
have done that.
Yeah,
Shook, you need to kill your darlings.
Save your buddy syndrome. I guess the main difference between these two teams is that one is a prehistoric predator and one is a modern one. You know, we have the raptors from the dinosaur era, and perhaps these prehistoric creatures are just better at hunting their prey down. At least the game is showing us that trajectory.
Okay, have you ever seen Jurassic Park?
Yes, I have.
Do you know what... Oh god, I'm forgetting the name of the character is. But you remember that scene where the raptors are hunting the kids, and the character looks at them and he says what? He says, clever girl. And that's like the big quote out of the movie. And I'm just saying, Eminence Raptors, very clever right now. I don't know, I was tying it all through somehow.
Yeah, they definitely are.
They're playing for this Drake now, mountain on the board, which is why they rotate all the way down here.
So previously in game 1, Eminence Raptors were the one who got control of the Drake every single time. Even if this time it was SUHAZ who made it there, but it doesn't really matter too much, right? They can't really contest the Drake. You know, Zealot was forced to go for a reset, so that means that they won't have the Fiora in the fight, and he has to constantly deal with Steezy. And the power of this Baron laner from the side of Eminence Raptors is just proving to be a bit too much for SUHAZ to deal with. As Eminence Raptors, they will now start on the Drake.
Yeah, Eminence Raptors can't really do this because they don't have any pressure, so they need a pick. Eminence Raptors have a very slow Drake take right now. You know, they have a lot of burst damage, but the flip side of that is they do not have a lot of sustained damage. And taking objectives is going to be difficult for them during the early game. It looks like they're just going for it. You can see this is, like I said, a very slow take, and it is warded. So SUHAZ know exactly what's up. This is going to be a full 5v5 if it's played right.
And instantly a flash towards the backline. They found the Aurelion Soul and they will get a kill, but at the same time Shook does get one trade in return. Newgate and Kids both go down, but Eminence Raptors seems like they are still winning the fight as they do have the numbers advantage. It's a 2-for-2 trade, but at least SUHAZ was able to stop the Drake take, and Zealot will be able to get the top tier 1 for himself. So a slight win for SUHAZ in this matter.
Yeah, that was a 4v5. Because as you talked about, Zealot stays alone in lane during that time. And also, very important, all of the action that just happened down there came through Asakura, who stayed alive during that fight, kind of was able to weave through it. And if you remember, I said that this Kai'Sa kind of had to be their carry, had to be the main source of damage for SUHAZ. Doubly so now that both the Aurelion Sol and the Gragas aren't playing the video game. Now that they're just wards. You need the Kai'Sa to save this game. And she did just get a kill, a shutdown. That needs to turn into something.
Even in terms of net worth, Asakura has the highest net worth, just 300 short of Steezy, I believe. It's 5.6 to 5.9k. Zuto, he's on a long and windy road of recovery. So far 0-3. And Eminence Raptors, it felt like they are not missing a single beat, at least when it comes to killing off this Aurelion Sol, not letting him any opportunities to use his voice of light, even in such a full-blown team fight. And I think that was one of the reasons that Eminence Raptors were able to trade an even 2-for-2 instead of losing more towards SUHAZ.
Yeah, I would say you shouldn't be that scared of Aurelion Sol though right now. I mean, Zuto's completed Rod of Ages and nothing else. Oh, we're doing this. Kai'Sa will have a pretty fast strength take, you can see this. But who else can see it? Eminence Raptors, because they took that scuttle, so they know what's up. They also have a ward literally underneath the dragon.
And this is going to be a very tense moment because Eminence Raptors, they're bringing in the entire squad against SUHAZ. Exactly, and SUHAZ has to fight this 4v5. Kid just stands in front, the explosive class is gonna knock him away, the engage will kick off, they're gonna go straight on to Steezy. They bring it down, the voice of light, no, the flash is away, but Shook secures him regardless, but it doesn't matter though, the Death Lotus from Killer does connect, and that's gonna give him a triple kill. Zealot tries to get away, gets the repulse off, Grand Challenge is activated, but she will not be able to win that one, and that is a full wipe for the Raptors as they bite down on SUHAZ. Blue team gets a full ace.
Devastating for Asakura. They spent the entire early game kind of building something here. Gets to the first real team fight where SUHAZ can maybe prove that they do have a front-to-back team fight comp that's viable, and Asakura steps too far forward. Doesn't get any real damage value in the fight. And then just gets blown up by a combination of the backline dive and Fluffy with a good blade caller. There's a lot of AoE burst damage on the Eminence Raptors, which could be a strength for SUHAZ if they could get that AoE burst to be dumped into, you know, Luchel, Shook, the players who can ostensibly take that. Because they have more frontline, they have the potential to take that burst damage and kind of shrug it off. But so often their positioning is just a little off. SUHAZ are playing that fight with their AD carry in line with their frontline, as you see here. And that means that they don't actually get the benefit from Luchel surviving. You can see that Alistar lives till the very end of the fight, but what's the point if you're not actually building space for your carry? What's the point in surviving that long?
Yep, and SUHAZ tries to do some chip damage to that mid-tier 1, but Eminence Raptors already responded with their own members. In the meantime, you can see Zuto is just trying his darnest to recover from a horrific deficit. But I do agree, you know, the misposition of Asakura really led to the downfall of SUHAZ in the team fight. But at the same time, if you look at the draft, SUHAZ wants to go on Eminence Raptors, but Eminence Raptors just would not allow them to do so. They dumped everything onto Steezy, and Steezy just barely died in that fight.
Steezy barely died. You know who didn't? Healer, who for the second game in a row is killing it as the mid laner, this time on the Katarina, so it's a little more flashy than the Galio. But currently 5-0-4. An incredible performance.
Yeah, just from the goal lead alone, you can see the Eminence Raptors are in such a comfortable
10,000.
spot.
Literally
10,000?
a quarter of the Eminence Raptor gold is on Healer.
Oh yeah, definitely. He's like the closest to him on his own team is Fluffy, you know, he's 1.4k behind. But if you look at his mid lane counterpart, Zuto is 3,000 net worth below him, and that is, you know, a horrible spot to be in. They do find this Gragas as they attempt to push this top tier 1. They force him away, and that structure is gonna go down.
You know, 3,000 is literally a whole big item, right? That's disgusting.
Oh. And
What an outplay from Fluffy. Featherstorm,
Shook
Flash, Stasis. Nobody gets access to ultimates wasted.
Yeah, and probably the stasis was kind of a insurance policy. Didn't really need it at a Shook. Couldn't even, didn't aim the cast properly. But better safe than never, right? Better safe than sorry.
If Shook had thrown the cask in the right direction, then you would have needed the stasis. So, you know.
Yeah. So that's
and that's not Flame at Shook for. Sorry, that's not Flame at Shook for misaiming the cask. That's Flame at Shook for throwing the cask too early. You know that player has flash. You should not be throwing the cask as soon as they end Featherstorm.
Yep. Engage comes through for Lucio. Newgate already in the back line. Gets the kickoff. Sends Shooks backward as Lucio tanks out most of the damage. Kid is now in front, but he has to stand behind me to get back. Asakura pushing a bit too far forward. Killa just comes in with the triple kill. The Death Lotus stance is absolutely beautiful. They throw the Voice of Light. They take him out, but Fluffy is already there. The grand challenge is not going to come through for the Fiora. Not this time. Steezy finds Zuto and wants to go for the execution. Does not get him. But Eminence Raptors just rips SUHAZ apart, and Hilla, what an amazing play.
Husky, where did they go? What would happen to Team SUHAZ? A blinked and the entire team vanished. A near simultaneous triple kill to Hilla. Their first death of the game comes as they get their 8th kill.
Oh my goodness, I would like to say that even the players on SUHAZ would probably be as surprised as you and I are. You know, that when they just evaporated in an instant. But 3 full items completed for Hilla.
Yeah, it was Rabadons plus Void Staff. And that combination is just so deadly because it means that even the members of this team that have built magic resist, it doesn't matter. Show me this.
Oh my god.
That was an Alistair! That was an Alistair with Aftershock. And he just deleted. That was an Alistair with Aftershock and a magic defense item because he completed Force of Nature already.
Yeah.
And he's just gone.
Now, at least SUHAZ knows that without the Unbreakable Will, there's no way Lucio can just stand in front and tank that Death Lotus state. And it's pretty impressive as well, Hilla knowing that there's a couple of ways to cancel that Death Lotus, and he still picks the perfect timing to unleash the ultimate onto the members of SUHAZ. And now SUHAZ, they're just playing scared. This is the worst position to be in when you're losing, just playing scared. But it feels like SUHAZ had no other choice.
I mean, there's no way back into this game. Like, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. They're just out of this game. When your Alistair can get one shot like that,
he has to flash away. They get the stun of the kids, but Hilla smells blood, gets the preparation. Not able to follow up with any shun pull, but enough to force SUHAZ back.
Yeah. They're not going to feel quite comfortable going for the Baron here, which is actually a little worrying for me, because Eminence Raptors should feel very safe. Like, you should just be starting. This is the mistake they made with the Elder Drake in that game we were talking about earlier. If Eminence Raptors go for the Baron fight here, the worst thing that happens is SUHAZ challenge them and try to steal it. And if that happens, Eminence Raptors win anyway, because they win the 5v5 with their eyes closed. Like, even if they get the Baron, you still win. So there's absolutely no reason for them to not force a fight here. You should be on the Baron, forcing them to step up and fight you.
And just look at all the zoning done by Kids. Drops the Glacial Fissure just to buy time. Hilla in the fray. They do lose Kid, but at the same time, they should be able to get the better. The Guardian Angel pop on the Lee Sin, but he comes back in life just in time as Death Lotus will be activated. Hilla gets to take down Lucio. Asakura, no way out as Hilla presses delete on this Kaisa. There's 4 members down on SUHAZ as Zella desperately tries to get something in return, but that is just wishful thinking as Hilla picks him up a triple. Eminence Raptors will ace SUHAZ for a second time with Baron as the icing on the cake.
I don't think I can watch this anymore. What a disgusting... There are no words. I'm going to try and make an analytical point as this game ends, and that's that I think the zoning there from Eminence Raptors is actually also a mistake, and this isn't really criticism because they won, and it wasn't that close, so who cares? But I don't think you want to give the other team a 2v5 there, because that is the only conceivable fight they could win. So, like I was talking about, just play with 5 people on the Baron. And if they step up to fight you, they need to send people into the pit to steal the Baron. Even if they steal, you get those kills. You get 2-3 people trying to steal the Baron. And if you get 2-3 kills at that game state, you just win. It doesn't matter if they have the Baron or not. So it was actually riskier to try and do that zoning play where they sent 2 people forward to hold off 5 people. Because then you are possibly giving SUHAZ a 2v5 they can win, followed by a 3v5 they can win. As opposed to just a 5v5 that they have no possibility of winning.
Yeah, I completely agree. I felt like, just like what you said, Eminence Raptors can start the Baron. If SUHAZ ever even shows their face, then you can just turn on them and kill them off. Like when it's kind of a mindset thing that I am very interested into looking at every now and then when teams are winning a game specifically, because it shows you which team are playing to win and which teams are playing to not lose. And perhaps Eminence Raptors went into the we want to play to not lose mode, hence we get this whole zoning thing happening. But if they are playing to win, they would have just started the Baron and ended the game right then and there. Still, it's not a criticism to them. They were winning anyways. But the numbers speaks for themselves,
26,000 damage in a game that short. Nobody was even close. Steezy's 10,000 damage behind. I apologize for all the gross and disgusted noises I've been making over that last game, but Hilla did it, and it was gross. And every time I see him just delete 4 people, I feel a little bit sick.
And you thought that the damage he dealt as Galio was was already pretty high. Now he's on Katarina and he deals almost 27,000 in worth of damage in a shorter game as well. So, it's those kind of damage where he gets a kill and you feel it through the screen. Because I definitely am feeling it. I'm feeling a bit nauseous at how Hilla just shows up and destroys SUHAZ. But it shows the mechanical gap between these 2 players from both Raptors and SUHAZ.
Thank God, I thought it was just me. I thought I was the only one, feeling a little under the weather. I do think that's one of the big strengths that we've seen change here for Eminence Raptors. We do still have Steezy. He's still a nutcase. He's still terrifying in the top side. But they now have a secondary threat. They now have Hilla as well. And that's very important because it gives them a second potential carry. And you don't need Fluffy to be that carry. Fluffy can be a control character in the bot lane, being safe, and that's important.
Yeah, and I feel like I don't know how to word this properly, so forgive me. But other than how Eminence Raptors just had better laners, it also feels like their decision making and their planning is just more thought through compared to SUHAZ, right? The first blood collapse and how they just constantly focus on Zuto to cripple him in the early stage, making sure he can't recover. All these team fights that SUHAZ just tried to make happen, but in the end did not go their way. I would say most of it was because Eminence Raptors just knew how to play the game better than SUHAZ.
Yeah. And that's not to say that Eminence Raptors didn't make mistakes, like I harped on their choices around the Baron. I do think there are still spots of weakness that remind me of the Eminence Raptors team that blew their lead last time we did this tournament. So there's still cracks in the armor. There's still things that need to be cleaned up there. But still, a very impressive improvement week on week. Very impressive to see them go from Open Qualifier 2 being a weak team to Open Qualifier 3 looking this scary. And I do suspect as long as the motivation that got them that far remains, this team is going to be one to watch. This team is going to keep improving at that rate.
Yeah, and if you think about it, they are literally one game away from qualifying for the summer group stage. And yeah, one game away, in this best of 5, and it almost felt effortless for the Eminence Raptors. They played so cleanly, they played almost flawlessly against SUHAZ, and if they win that next game, they're in. This second chance was used in the best way possible.
Yeah, if they win this next game, then we get to see much more of them, and that's the most exciting part to me. We get to see this team continue to improve, and we get to see whether or not I'm right that they have the makings of a much better team inside of them.
Yeah, and I think most importantly is the fact that we highlighted how there's only like 2 to 3 days, and they were able to make such an immense improvement, and I cannot wait to see what more that they have to bring to the table. But before that, we're gonna go on a short break, and when we come back, we'll see if Eminence Raptors can clean this up, or will SUHAZ stay alive for one more game. We'll be right back.
Lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif SUHAZ. Back digital pun tiba. Back digital mereka ingin masuk sekarang. Teleport telah pun tiba. Siang telah pun sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike, tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Get in. Alright, down already. Nexus. Alright, okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
No, I can't remember the last time that I really felt fine. Now I'm trying to rewind, 'cause lately I've been feeling kinda hazy, like I'm stuck in a daydream, and you're not here to save me. Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore. No. Don't take me to a place I know, somewhere where I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby, you feel like home. Reminiscing the late nights, we'd fall in love in the moonlight, then wake up at sunrise. Now I'm just thinking that we should go back to when we were, hold each other to feel good. Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore. No. Don't take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel.
Masih lagi bersama sana untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif Gas. Becky terlampau tiba. Becky menjatuhkan sana. Mereka ingin masuk secara cepat, terlampau tiba. Xiang terlampau sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike, tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that had to sing.
It's all on the line here in Game 3 as the Eminence Raptors are just one game away from graduating into the Icon Series group stage. My name is TJ, joined still by Husky as we head towards this potentially final game of the series.
Yeah, and we've talked about how good Eminence Raptors were in the previous 2 games. We talked about how SUHAZ can come back, but now I think we have to cover what else can SUHAZ do, because it definitely was evident that what they did in game 2 was ineffective.
I thought there was going to be like a third option. You're going to be like, and now we need to talk about what we can do to help extend this series. That was all ears. Yeah, because SUHAZ do need a divine intervention, right? They do need somebody to come help out. It's looked like they've been outdrafted and outplayed so far, and beyond that, they're even getting outlaned. That's all 3 stages of the game that you can lose at. I do want to, start with the draft, see a more coherent team identity. We did have the beginnings of that in game number 2, but I don't know if it was one they were intent on executing on, because we never got to see a Aurelion Sol roam down to the bottom lane. We even did see them, they put the Aurelion Sol in the bottom lane, which isn't a good place for Aurelion Sol, but I don't know if that was just screw it, he's behind 3 kills at 5 minutes, or if it was them not understanding that. I don't know if we should be criticizing that or not. It's hard to pull data.
Yeah, and I think one of the picks during the draft that caught me by surprise was Akali was left available, but SUHAZ didn't go for that pick. Yeah, so and it's just, I don't know. I feel like maybe they're not comfortable with playing Akali in the team. Maybe their top laner isn't really that good with the champion. But giving it away feels like a bigger loss than picking it and trying it out.
I don't think there are any characters in Wild Rift right now that are 100% picked back. I think even Akali, who a lot of people think is very overpowered, can be played against. You can draft some counters. Galio, Alistair, very good AoE stuns into Akali. Handle it just fine. In team fights, you get something like a Darius in lane. You'll be fine. But if you're playing against one of the best top laners I've ever seen, certainly the best top laner we've seen here in Malaysia so far, you should not hand them the best top laner 2 games in a row.
Oh yeah, definitely. And we'll just have to see if SUHAZ, learned that lesson, because it's about to be game number 3. As we jump into the picks and bans, Eminence Raptors, they are going to stick with the Wukong ban. For SUHAZ, they ban out the Galio. I'm expecting a Vi ban. Yeah, it is Eminence Raptors hovering over the champion. So now SUHAZ, they have a big decision to make.
If it's not Akali, I'm going to be upset. Oh, okay. I get the desire to ban out these mid-lane characters, but there is a very wide mid-lane pool right now, so I suspect Zudo will be fine. And they first picked the Braum. What's the Braum doing for you? What has the Braum achieved? I don't understand. Eminence Raptors grab it instantly, and the Akali comes through as a response.
Yeah, Eminence Raptors just feeling really confident. SUHAZ, they get the Akali, and they take away the Fiora as well. So they're eliminating 2 of Steezy's pick. There's still the Camille and Darius, and I think Eminence Raptors, they will get the Camille. They probably would grab the Kai'Sa right now because it is available. Kai'Sa, Braum, super strong, but perhaps they will not do that. They get the Lee Sin.
Lee Sin, I think, is more powerful than Kai'Sa for these specific players, just because they do get so much value out of the early aggression. But it should have been Kai'Sa in that first slot. I don't understand. Like, the Braum is contested here, but if they pick Braum, you pick Alistair, and nobody's the worse for wear. If they pick Braum and ban Alistair, you know, there are other supports. Life would go on. Leona, I think, is undervalued in competitive right now. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. Especially because now you have Orianna, and you know it's a great combo, Orianna, Alistair. But they can't do that because they first locked in a Braum. Very weird to me. Anyway, I apologize for ranting. We do complete the rest of this draft. It will be an Ezreal Braum combo, which isn't banned on its own. You do have the Orianna to take mid lane, which will be a little rough. It's actually going to be the Akali in the mid lane, so yeah, that will be a little rough for the Orianna. I'm going to be watching that as, you know, a lane that could go very wrong. And then I don't quite know what's happened to poor Amumu's face, but that's horrifying. And it will be in the jungle versus that Lisa.
Yeah, and that's also what I'm looking at for this game. You know, what can we expect out of these two junglers? You know, two very different junglers. In fact, Amumu is a pick that we hardly ever see in competitive. What can SUHAZ make out of that champion?
We saw Amumu during the early days of European competitive. I don't know why I'm looking at my notes though I have those notes up. But I didn't take notes on it once. And the Amumu was very good with AoE team fights. So if you can get these bunched up crowded team fights, the Curse of the Sad Mummy, the Amumu ult, will just AoE stun everyone in a pretty wide radius. So we would see some very fun setups with the Amumu ult into Shockwave, the Amumu ult into sustained damage from something like an Ashe. But that was the early days of European competitive when you could reliably pull that off. And I have to imagine it's going to be very difficult to get Eminence Raptors to stand still long enough to trigger that.
Yep. And this time, it's a bit of a safer start for SUHAZ. You know, they're not falling for the same trick 3 times. You know, once bitten, twice. What was that saying? Bite me once, shame on me, shame on you. Bite me twice, shame on me, or something like that. But point is, SUHAZ, they don't give away first blood.
The original saying is fool me. Oh, okay, Newgate over the wall.
Does not steal it, I think. Yeah.
What was that? Okay. The original saying is fool me once, but I like this biting version more. I want to know how you came up with that, or whether someone told you to stop biting people, or what's going on there.
That's more ferocious, you know, at least for the Raptors. You have to kind of dive into their persona. But yeah, it's a pretty bold start for Newgate to just go for the invade. Well, thankfully SUHAZ did not lose that blue buff, or else it would have been catastrophic for an Amumu jungle. So he gets to jungle peacefully. And then Eminence Raptors will have to kind of go back to standard laning.
The utter disrespect, though, from Newgate to just go in like that and be so sure they weren't going to get punished.
And they did not, you know. It almost feels like SUHAZ will never get to punish Eminence Raptors. Even when they make those risky plays, it almost feels unreal. They will run into this top lane. That Skull Crab is not going to go in the way of SUHAZ for sure, as Newgate will just intercept and secure it. SUHAZ, however, will get the bottom one, so it's still an even trade.
You know, if they're playing Alistair, they get that kill. Because you just headbutt Pulverize in, you find the kill. I'm just saying, I'm just throwing it out there. I'm just raising. I don't think Braum's bad, but I do think it's very weird to first pick Braum. Like, that pick is contested here, but it wasn't like they were having any trouble. It wasn't like Wichil was playing a really good Braum and they had to get rid of it real quick.
Yeah, and you know, if you want to look at a team that is desperately trying to get rid of champions that their opponents are good at, it's SUHAZ. They took the Akali, they took the Fiora. I would say it's kind of the all-in draft at this point. They're getting the Amumu jungle. That they're taking away 2 very resource-reliant solo laners. Steezy's gonna get baited into the hook shot, gets the ultimatum down, goes on the Zealots, gets the kill anyways, and flashes to safety. And despite a gank from Shug, Steezy just does not care.
So this Fiora-Caitlyn matchup is actually a lot of fun. What it comes down to is the riposte. If Fiora is able to riposte parry the hook shot off the wall,
An attempted secure of the blue buff. Lucio flashed away. Does give his life as the bandage toss from Shook does miss. Zuto comes in, gets the Twilight Shroud out. Newgate's pretty much isolated, but he does have the safeguard. Doesn't use it yet. Flashes away. Here comes out of the Mummy. The Shockwave to counter engage. They get a kill on this Lee Sin, and they will also take down Kids. SUHAZ trade 2 in return, and they lose none.
Very, very strange commitment from Eminence Raptors because of the tempo. You know that SUHAZ are back in their base. You know that SUHAZ are coming out of their base. So it is not a good time to invade because they will have the resources that they can commit anywhere on the map. If you are going to invade during that time, do so with split push threat and punish the fact that they don't have players in every line. Make it so that if they want to fight you off of the blue buff, you're gaining value elsewhere on the map. As is, they didn't do that. They committed a lot of resources to this jungle fight. SUHAZ were coming out of the respawn, so they just went in, took the jungle fight, and came out on top.
This is probably the most even game we have so far in this best of 5. Eminence Raptors looking at the Ocean Drake, but Lucio will force them away. And we saw just now, despite Zealot getting killed by Steezy in that 1 versus 2 in the top lane, he was able to deplete Steezy's health pool. So perhaps he will have an easier time against this Camille. Again, a more even matchup compared to the first 2 games.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about that. So the way this matchup works is if Zealot manages to parry Steezy's hook shot, because it's a stun ability, you get a stun in response. So if Zealot parries the hook shot, Zealot pretty much 100% wins the matchup.
The attempted engage from Lucio, Shockwave connects, no chance to get a counter engage. He used the explosive cast, but to no avail as Asakura will be locked down by Steezy with the ultimatum, but the only ultimatum that Steezy gets is his death. Both teams trade 1 for 1, but Eminence Raptors, they walk away with the Ocean Drake.
Yeah, Steezy's willing to take that L, because the real point of the Hextech ultimatum isn't necessarily to get the kill at a 1v2, though that would have been nice, I'm sure, but to force Shook to stay over there, well away from the dragon, and guarantee the Eminence Raptors get the first dragon of the game, which they do. Unfortunately, I think they've lost more across the map, having lost their top laner, and indeed their top lane turret, the first turret take of the game, that begins to add up quite seriously.
And
what that should mean, should mean, as we do wrestle with a little bit of delay, is that SUHAZ get this Rift Herald because they took the top turret. There's nowhere for Eminence to defend from.
Oh yeah, definitely. And I think, this is not too big of a deal, at least at this point of the game. But it's the first time that SUHAZ has this net worth lead. However little it may be, it is still a lead that they want to hold on to, as they're just going to force this Rift Herald. Lucio desperately getting the zone out. The explosive cap is used. Here comes the True Shot Barrage. They will secure the Rift Herald regardless. Shockwave comes out, only lands onto Lucio. That's the tank that you don't want to control. They take out the Amumu, but the kick comes through as well. Double kill for this Lee Sin. Asakura and Zuto has to back out. Shuriken flip will allow Zuto to gain some distance as SUHAZ lose 2, but at least they get the Rift Herald.
Not what they wanted. Newgate very nearly goes down, which would have made it all worth it, as is Zuto's under threat here.
Gets the barrier out as Newgate just sticks onto him. One more Sonic Wave should do the job, and he just shoots it straight at this Akali. As Zuto goes down, Asakura also dies somewhere around the map. So Eminence Raptors getting these individual pickups.
Yeah, so a lot of this has been just early disrespect from Eminence Raptors kind of getting cold. Like, SUHAZ are not worse mechanically, and I think we're seeing proof of that here. If SUHAZ are just taking fair fight 2v2s, they're going to win approximately 50% of them, lose approximately 50% of them. But what is beginning to add up here is I do again think Eminence Raptors have a better team fighting draft. Oh my god!
Shook decides to try his luck and gets obliterated by Eminence Raptors. The Leandri's Torment from Hilla is just making it almost impossible for SUHAZ to start a fight. At least not when Shook is dead. That turret is definitely going to go down. Newgate trying to look for an opportunity. Gets the Resonating Strike onto Lucio. Waits for the body slam. Kicks him back. Takes him out. Goes on a rampage. As Zuto joins the fray. Goes into the backline. Goes into stasis. Perfect execution to get out of the way. does not secure any kills, and Eminence Raptors, they walk away with 1, and they take the mid turret.
Steezy can just hook shot away, so they're staying underneath this turret. Perfect timing on the curse of the Sand Mummy. That's very well done for Shook to call the disrespect, but he can't confirm the kill.
Just not enough damage from the Amumu, and Steezy walks away with his life, gets spotted out by the Scry's
Oh, he's marked, he's marked. He's in vision. No!
It doesn't reach him, unfortunately. It's a bit too far away for the Akali to reach.
The Akali could have gotten there if Zuto spends ult.
Oh yeah. So blue buff gets secured, I believe. Yeah, gets secured by SUHAZ. A second Drake coming up in 5 seconds. It's going to be an Infernal one. And if SUHAZ wants to stand any chance, they would need to have all 5 men. And they are setting up the distraction. Zealot summons the Rift Herald in the top lane, and he will go for a hard reset to quickly join his fight. But Shook might be in for a Root Awakening, gets ambushed immediately. Without the Curse of the Sand Mummies, he will go down, and without their jungler, SUHAZ will find it almost impossible to secure this second Drake.
What are you doing there, Shook? Not a whole lot of reason to do that. I mean, there's just complete control of that area. Ever since the mid turret fell for Eminence Raptors, they have total vision in those bushes. And that's not to say you can't fight for it, but you need to fight for it.
1v1 in the top lane, Steezy gets the Grand Challenge off, flashes after Steezy, just needs to proc one more Vital, but the hook shot gets Steezy out, and Zealot just can't not seal the deal. And what makes it worse is that the Lee Sin comes in. Newgate gets the connect, Repulse is there, Zealot tries to get away, but the Tempest will slow him down, and Newgate just slaps it and sends him back to base for 30 seconds. Zealot just goes down.
A tragedy, because it was a very well-played Fiora 1v1. But the numbers are beginning to add up now. Yep. You do see that Drake tank go over to Eminence Raptors. You do start to see the turrets fall as the Rift Herald didn't get anything. There's a reason that Rift Herald is normally thrown in mid lane rather than top lane.
Oh my! The fight just went off. Lucio just barely escapes with his life. The shockwave didn't really connect. Zealot wants to join the fight. Steezy hookshots in a bit too far. Hextech Gunblade is proc. Zuto thinking about it. Does have the perfect execution, but decides against going for the dive. So that will allow Eminence Raptors to at least reset 2 of their members. Fluffy continues to be a nuisance in this bottom lane. And at the same time, Newgate, he's just going to shove the top wave in.
So the reason you normally drop the Rift Herald in the mid lane when you're trying to use it to distract from Drake is because you can play through it. So if the other team throws all 5 players onto the Drake, you can pivot away from that and say, okay, fine, you can have the Drake, but we're going to get 2-3 turrets in the mid lane, right? Especially in Wild Rift, that's 3 turrets easy if they start ignoring the Rift Herald. So what you do is you force them to send enough players not just to stop the Rift Herald, but to also beat your entire team if you choose to commit 5 players to the mid lane. And that means you can instead go take the Drake. So it's a very clean play through the mid lane. Because SUHAZ throw the Rift Herald into the top lane, it's basically just the status quo. All you ensure is that Steezy is up there 1v1ing Zealot. And that means that you've got a fair 4v4. You haven't actually changed the circumstances of the Drake fight at all.
And I think there's one thing that we haven't really talked about the entire series is how Eminence Raptors are so good at controlling vision. Zealot going for 1v1 once more onto Healer. It's not going to work out. Explosive cast sends Healer backwards, but it doesn't matter. The ball still takes out Zealot. As now Lucio is in a bit of a danger. Shook is too far behind. Yes, as he watched his teammates get absolutely slaughtered by Eminence Raptors. As SUHAZ, they do get a solo kill though. Steezy goes down in the bottom lane. As Zuto and Asakura band together to take him out. But still, Eminence Raptors, they get more out of this. They will go onto Baron Nashor, and Shook, I don't think he can attempt a steal in any way.
No, he's currently getting bullied so much behind that top lane turret that Shook is going to need to back and reset. And Eminence Raptors do tank the Baron, and I'm proud of them for it, being able to identify a map condition in which there is no reasonable risk. You know, there is the possibility that SUHAZ step up and try and make a steal happen, but if that happens, Eminence Raptors win the game, because they win the 5v5. So it's the same thing they've struggled with in previous games, but this time they overcome it. They recognize that they are in a very strong position to correctly execute on.
And with this newly acquired Baron buff, they will be able to push down those lanes. The mid tier 2 still stands for SUHAZ though, but Eminence Raptors' vision control has been on point. It almost feels like SUHAZ were blind most of the time in the entire series. They never really knew where Eminence Raptors are, and even if they do, they can't really take them on in a full-fledged fight because of how strong Eminence Raptors will be at that stage. But SUHAZ, they do get control of the third Drake, and it feels like they have the intention to start it, and they will.
Yeah, I get why you do this, but
the steal doesn't come true. No steal. Cloud Drake goes over to SUHAZ. True Shot Barrage already out of Glacier Flager. Tags onto Zuto, forcing a flash away. The ball is just causing so much problems that Steezy just goes on to Lucio with the hashtag ultimatum as Newgate will be gone on Zealot, creating a bit of chaos in the backline. Just allowing his team to get away, and everyone from SUHAZ will survive, and they even make it away with the Drake.
Yeah, that's Zealot's doing really well played by Zealot, actually. Been a very solid performance on this Fiora. So, as I was going to say, I get why you do this. This is the right contest, absolutely, to make. But SUHAZ don't have the tools to win a 5v5 still. That's just not going to happen. So they need to find isolated players. Perhaps like...
Oh! New shockwave from Hilla! And they cut SUHAZ down. With that True Shot Barrage, Zealot just completely caught off guard. And that might be the ticket. Eminence Raptors, they break this inhibitor turret. SUHAZ, they need to hold on for 30 seconds. No True Shot Barrage, no Shockwave. But with one less member to work with, the bottom inhibitor turret also goes down. Steezy now playing up front. Nexus exposed. Newgate gets the kickoff onto Lucio. He gets gone on. Hashtag ultimatum and Glacial Flager connects onto 3 SUHAZ. This is the last school run. They gotta hold on with their life. Kiss still alive as they will lose Lucio and Zuto. Show what can you do? Asakura is gonna come back to life with the Guardian Angel, but it does not matter. The Raptors will take out SUHAZ in a clean 3-0, and they punch the ticket into the summer group stage.
And what a way to do it. You know, SUHAZ have jumped all the way up my list. They are now 100% one of my teams to watch going into this Icon series. They really changed the way that they looked in that Game 3. SUHAZ went from being a carpet, a doormat, to being serious contenders. And it didn't even slow down Eminence Raptors. Despite the early game going wrong for them, Eminence Raptors still were able to recover, were able to control the mid-game state that got dangerous, were able to correctly identify exactly the macro conditions that they bungled a couple of days previously. This is absolutely a terrifying team going into the Icon series.
Yeah, and you look at that one single shockwave from Hilla, the series-winning shockwave from this Orianna. It felt like SUHAZ might have a chance at bringing us to a Game 4. You know, SUHAZ, they were hanging by a thread, but Hilla just broke them. That was the last straw, the straw that broke the camel's back. And Eminence Raptors were able to ride on that and cruise through to a victory.
Hilla does so much work this series. Yes, by the way, incredible shockwaves in like multiple team fights. But also, the amount of shielding that Hilla was providing for their team, the amount of just support style play that we legitimately saw from Hilla over the course of that series is incredible. And also, Eminence Raptors benefit massively from Newgate in this game, who quietly steps up and says, oh, I can be a carry too. And when the entire top side of your map can alternately carry games, that's a team that's terrifying. That's a team that can play to whatever win condition is feeling it on the day, and that's what you need to compete in the Icon series.
Yeah, and you know, we didn't get to see much from Fluffy and Kids. It was, you know, mostly a highlight reel for all the solo laners for the side of Eminence Raptors, but still the bot lane duo deserves a lot of credit. You know, the amount of support Kids has been putting up for his team, how Fluffy is always in the background contributing to those team fights. You know, we look at the numbers, and Hilla has like what, 28,000 in total damage. you can say that it is a classic Hilla thing at this point. You know, he's just doing so well on his team.
Yeah, Hilla absolutely blew my expectations out of the water. I do want to give credit to Fluffy and Kids because they are stable, like they are rock solid. Kids in particular is roaming across the map, just providing utility. It's never been especially flashy from Kids, but doesn't need to be when you're enabling backline threats. When you have AD carry focused team or control mage focused teams, your supports get a lot of focus. But when the point of the support in the composition is to draw focus and die slowly so that your top laner can clean up the back of the fight with incredible assassin play, it's a little bit harder to spotlight what they're doing right. But Kids was doing a lot right across that series, playing a very good Braum. Still think it could have been an Alistair though. Don't really agree with that first pick.
Yeah, and I think it is also a slightly tough pill to swallow for SUHAZ, right? Because as good as they looked in that game 3 leading up to the defeat, we also have to factor in that Eminence Raptors were playing a bit of a disrespectful game. You know, they were just invading recklessly, they were going for those dives, they were just putting their lives on the line, and they still came out on top. But you know, on the other side of the coin, you can just say that Eminence Raptors were feeling really good about themselves. They were feeling really confident, and of course, the player of the match has to be Hilla. Not just the match, I would say the series has to be Hilla.
100%. If it had been anything else, I would have fought producer I. I would have had a fist fight with the production team and lost, but the important thing is Hilla got the correct MVP.
Yes.
Recognized for an incredible transformation that they had on the entire Eminence Raptors team. Right? Like Hilla's ability to make this team, I'm going to say stable, has almost single-handedly changed the way that the team plays across the map. Because you have a mid lane that is capable of carrying. Steezy doesn't need to be a monster to even make the games close. Fluffy doesn't have constant dive threat on them, and therefore can be a little bit more stable in the bottom lane as an AD carry. That addition of a third threat to this team is just so important.
Yeah, and on top of that, he is a mid laner that is very versatile, right? He can play a front line like Galio. He can play Katarina. He can play Orianna. He covers all the 3 spectrums of the types of mid laners available in the game.
Yeah, he played control mage, he played assassin mage, and he played a tank. Like, that's literally the archetypes. If we could have seen him pull out like a Lucian mid, that would have made me happy. But Lucian's not in Wild Rift yet, so you can't do that.
Yeah, maybe not now. Maybe there's a Kaisa mid. You know, I'm going way too far out of my head, but judging from his capabilities,
I bet Ezreal mid. I bet you could do it.
Oh yeah,
I bet you could make an Ezreal mid happen.
I think that's definitely a possibility.
So that will wrap up our first series of the evening. But of course, we do have a second semi-final still ahead of us, and it was the one you highlighted as we started the day off here today. Do you want to give it a brief shout out?
Yeah, it's Sem Night. You know, like I don't want to say I feel bad for not knowing too much about the opponents, but Sem Night would be on my list of priorities. I want to look at all these veterans and see how they bring this to the table. It is their second chance, so this is do or die for Sem Night. But with that being said, we do have a longer break. It is a sold out break coming back up, so we'll take this commercial break, and when we come back, it's going to be the second semi-finals, and one more team will proceed into the summer group stage.
When you feel it's hopeless, when you think that you lost, oh, I will take your hand and we'll rise up from the dust. Oh, here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going
eksplosif kelas. Becky terlampau tiba. Becky menjatuhkan serangan. Mereka ingin masuk sekarang. Teleport terlampau tiba. Siang terlampau sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. One in a million, the billions that had to sing.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Get in. Alright, down already. Nexus. Alright, okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
But here we are, showing them, making them wish they were you. We've heard the most when it comes to this. Yeah, every shade of blue, but don't even care what they all say. They think we're out of control. Yeah, truth be told, we know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. 'Cause that we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. It's just the way we live. We know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. 'Cause that we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. We're grown-up kids. Introduce me. I'm the renegade. Every single night, I crave the taste. It's the adrenaline running through my gait. It gets me high. Got no time to waste. Ain't got time for small talk. I tell you the truth. I'm faster than you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in it to lose. Just faster than you. Look into my eyes. I'm not afraid. Take over my mind till it fades. Like a medicine, it keeps me safe. This neon lights lead the way. Ain't got time for small talk. I tell you the truth. I'm faster than you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in it to lose. Just faster than you. Faster than you. I tell you the truth. I'm faster than you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in it to lose. Just faster than you. I tell you the truth. Just faster than you. Just faster than you.
Glasses on, my hoodie's right. Break the door, give me side eyes. Are you feeling yours? 'Cause I'm feeling mine. Slide back to the future, got my own time. It's different dope to feel right. Got my own high, don't need no lines. Sneaky bitches never ever act with so nice. Alright.
Go tell him, about to touch the sky, no helmet. Preparing myself on top, no weapons. On my own, I stop caring, cause they keep telling me. You can tell me again. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the fire in my bed. Take a seat in the back, yeah. You can tell me again. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the fire in my bed. Take a seat in the back, yeah.
Leader, I got my team up. I've been a dreamer. I switched the scene up. I done got that green up. It don't make me fiend up, but they know I'm being with the rats. Call me the fiend up. Heavy work, smoke up, no lean up in my soda. Fresh and clean, got no hold up. I've been an outcast, me and scared we told ya. Been in that backseat, facts speak. Move that word, but it ain't no D-R-U-G. M-B-M-U-S-I-C. I'm only human if you cut the skin out.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif kelas backing di terlampau tiba. Backing menjatuhkan seorang. Mereka ingin masuk sekarang teleport terlampau tiba. Siang terlampau sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
We didn't decide who was going to do the intro. This is awful. Welcome back to the Icon series. My name's TJ, joined by Huskies. We didn't do any planning. It's time for game number 2. We do have one more ticket to give away to the Icon series group stage proper.
Yep, definitely. And well, this is going to be an interesting one because we're going to finally see Sam9 getting a second chance. You know, a team that I have emphasized a couple of times. Now it's finally their moment to demonstrate what they have to offer. But of course, they're also up against Insomniax, who have made it this far and earned a spot in the semifinals.
Yeah, your two teams. We did see Sam9 just last qualifier, where they, unfortunately for them, lost out quite hard. I would say the things that looked good was SUHAZ in the top lane kind of stood out. He had a couple of very good Darius games versus RTZ, who knocked them out of the semifinals last time. And I would say Wild Rabbit kind of underperformed in the AD carry role. So, very similar story actually to what we saw in the other match of the day. I want to see things get tightened up on the bottom side of the map, particularly where you have SUHAZ, one of the players you were talking up. And I want to see things be continued emphasized over on the top side, where SUHAZ did stand out.
Yeah, definitely. And you know, because they did come from the PC platform, obviously these names, bit of a role swap. SUHAZ was previously a mid laner, but either way, because it is a solo lane regardless, that experience did carry over into the Wild Rift. But what is more more interesting to look at is how all these players who are mainly solo laners come together to form a squad, and some of them have to go off-road and still make it this far. Wild Rabbit was one of the more formidables, or one of the more well-known AD carries, even back on the PC platform. Now he gets his comfort role. I want to see him perform better.
Yeah, and I think after last week we could see him perform very well in the game, mechanically, but not be able to press any of the advantages he earned. Here's your roster, if you were wondering just what we're talking about. Ravens also stood out, not in a good way though. Overcommitted to a couple of fights, didn't look synced up with the rest of the team. All of that contributed to a pretty devastating loss against RTZ under rank, who knocked them out.
Yep, and this is the lineup: RH, Kazuo, Ravens, Wild Rabbit, and Swak making up SEM9. Obviously, a lot of expectations for this team, especially when they have a prior experience to this. But I would say that they themselves, as a unit, do still have a lot of things to work on, right? You pointed out how Raven overcommitted a couple of times in those previous losses. It is an issue, and I think that is something that would take time for SEM9 to work on. Now the question is, have they grown as much as Eminence Raptors across these few days?
Yeah, Eminence Raptors certainly blew our expectations out of the water. But who do SEM9 need to play today? Well, it will be the Insomniacs. Hopefully they're rested up, gotten some sleep. Coming into today's games, they're a little bit of an unknown to us, though.
Yeah, and the unknown factor is always the scariest opponent for anyone to go up against. You have no idea what they do, but they have every inch of knowledge regarding you, right? For Insomniacs, Carlos, Linus, Dan, Latte, and Buck will make up that lineup. And sometimes when you kind of go into these series blind, your best friend is your performance. You just play your game, don't really care about what this unknown opponent can do. Focus on your gameplay, and I think that would be the best chance that SEM9 would have against this up-and-coming team.
Yeah, I think for SEM9, this is, and the entire Open Qualifiers, are just a test of what your default is. If you are a team that is expected to win these, then obviously you're going to get prepared against. And what's important to make sure you don't get upset, to make sure you don't get knocked out of the third qualifier, is that your baseline, your standard, is good enough.
Yeah. And with the level of competition in Malaysia alone, being recognized as one of the top 4 contenders in an Open Qualifiers is a huge milestone. But with the nature of competition itself, you have to go higher. So that is what SEM9 has to deal with, the expectation and managing those expectations. But there's something that we always expect when it comes to games, and that is good audio. And with that, we have JBL. The new JBL Quantum series is here and has arrived. If you want to copy yourself one of these, just head down to the website jbl.com.my below, and you will be able to check out these cool products.
But that's not all the cool products that help present this broadcast. We've got another one as well. Yadu is a customizable telecom company here in Malaysia. And if you're in Malaysia and you'd like to sign up by scanning that QR code, you could download the app, scan that QR code, and get 5 gigabytes of data for free. That's downloading the Yadu app and scanning the QR code at the bottom of the screen right now.
Yeah, exactly. And 5 gigabytes is a lot. There's a lot of Wild Rift games. There's a lot of elo that you can gain. If you just want to get a couple of games in while you are not at home without the Wi-Fi, yeah, Yadu is your best.
How
much
best friend. Wild Rift is that? Because I'm always scared to use my data, because of course I have a terrible American telecom plan where it costs a fortune to do anything. I'm always scared to use my data to play Wild Rift. Do you know how much data a game of Wild Rift takes?
Not really. I don't know the exact numbers. I wish I did.
You're
asking.
All right.
No clue.
You know how you can find out? You can go to the Yadu website and they have plans. I went there. They have plans where you can be I want to be able to play an unlimited amount of this game on my data. And they let you do that. All right. Game number 1. Let's shift our focus back towards the game, back towards the pick ban, which is where we're headed next. I want to talk about what went wrong during the pick ban for me during the last series, because I had a couple of drafts that it was very negative on, and I wouldn't be a fair, professor if I didn't give constructive criticism. And what I think needs to be improved is I want to see these team compositions be built from moment 1 around a win condition. That is language we use to indicate this is the key to victory. And if you as a team don't have multiple win conditions, multiple plans to win games built around specific player character compositions, particular character combinations inside a composition that will win you a game if you enable them, then you're doing it wrong. And if you start your draft with, okay, we need to get our top lane one of these 2 characters and then play to them with this character, then you can build your entire composition around that theme. And that is the difference between a draft that makes sense, that wins late game 5v5s, and a draft that gets lost somewhere along the way. It's a grab bag of decent characters that doesn't do well in real competition.
Yeah, and I think we can use the third game of the previous series as a case study, right? We look at Eminence Raptors draft, and then we look at SUHAZ's draft. I don't want to say that SUHAZ does not have a game plan, but it almost felt like they were putting together a ragtag team of champions and trying to make them work. It could be a curveball, the Gragas support, a Momo jungle, they take Kali and Fiora, but does that work in the long run? It does not seem to be effective. So perhaps that would be a good lesson for these two teams to take away as we head into the first draft phase of the series. I want to see the game plan coming out from both Sem9 and Insomniax.
If your players are better, you can do it. If you are individually better than the other team, you can draft whatever and be fine. But at this level, at this high level of play, most of the time these players are pretty equivalently skilled. They're about as good as each other. So what matters is how well your team fights play out. Let's talk about the draft as we do head into it. The bans, Fiora Ziggs, Akali, Lee Sin. That sets up for a first pick Galio, Sem9 starting strong.
Yeah, it's one of the few picks that Sem9, I would kind of expect Sem9 to pick regardless of how the game is, especially when they have the chance. Galio does fit into that personality, and I'm taking a page off of their history back on the PC platform, so that Galio does resonate with their characters. They lock in the Kaiser and the Vi, which also kind of adds on to that win condition later on.
Why do we hate Alistar here? Let's ask that question. You're dealing with assassins here. I would actually very much like a Alistar into the Vi. Obviously, Braum works well with Ezreal, but not as well as they do on PC. And the Braum has decent defense against Kai'Sa, but doesn't have as much aggressive potential. Anyway, we do complete it. It's going to be the Galio in the mid lane. I'd like to see support Galio sometime, but it's going to be Janna instead, which is equally exciting because we don't see a whole lot of enchanters. We did see an enchanter from SWAC during their series. The last qualifier, though, it was this Janna, and it was really good. So I'm excited to see that.
Yeah, and it makes him very unique as well, because I believe he is one of the few players, or I dare say he is actually one of the only players at this high level to pick the Janna in do or die matches.
We had a Nami today in one of the first major North American Wild Rift tournaments, and it sucked and it died 10 times. So yeah, one of the only players to pick him at high level competition.
So hopefully SWAT can make a better impression than the catastrophic Nami run. But he does play this champion pretty frequently, so he should feel comfortable on the Janna. Although I still feel that the Alistar and the Braum should be your go-to choices. I would like to resonate with your question: why do teams hate Alistar so much? It was not banned; it was available. But they picked Braum. I guess they preferred the muscular Frenchman over Alistar.
Is he French?
He sounds French to me. Is he not French?
I always thought he was like a Viking. I always thought he was like Norse.
Olaf is Norse. He's definitely a Viking.
I feel like Olaf and Braum are like neighbors. I feel like they live next to each other.
Guess I'll have to Google.
I'm gonna keep
we
on
have to find that information. Yes.
All right. Let's talk about the draft overall, though. You do have the Jarvan as the frontliner, and I think that's very important. Jarvan is incredibly good right now in jungle, because it's one of the few junglers that can succeed as a tank in late game, as a tank in late game, and also as an early presence in terms of just locking people down. But I would like to correct myself. It is, in fact, the Jarvan, it looks like being taken top side, which is even more exciting.
That's gonna allow them to kind of go for that early gank if they are looking for it. It is actually a Jarvan Baron lane, right? So I was expecting perhaps we get a Jarvan jungle, but it does make sense that you want Vi to be in the jungle. It is a better jungler. Kazuo will be scouted out by Karos, but it's not able to do too much. This invade does come true for Sem9, but Insomniax will just trade back the red buff by stealing it from Sem9.
Wild Rabbit and SUHAZ were one of the lanes we wanted to see, you know, step up and be a carry for this team. And we haven't so far. This will be a solid lane to do it on though. You do have the Janna for the engage. Holding people in place is very important. It's one of the reasons Alistar Kai'Sa works so well. Because if you can CC people, then Kai'Sa gets more stacks of her own passive onto people. And that means you get the big bursts of damage. So Janna can be the ultimate lane bully paired with Kai'Sa.
And you know, you talked about someone making the Ezreal mid work, and we are looking at it right now. Latte taking on Ravens in the middle lane. It is definitely a slightly more favorable matchup, as he does have the mobility at early levels to dodge out any potential engage from Ravens compared to the Ahri. And most of the damage is physical damage, so for Latte, it is an easier lane to work with. But a gank might come in as Kazuo charges out the Vault Breaker, knocks him and gets the taunt off. The combination is perfect. Baron has popped, Ignite on top, shield not enough. First Blood goes over to the side of Sem9. They're looking for more Assault and Battery level up just in time to get the knockback onto Linus. Once they roll fell, they flash onto him, but it's gonna be SUHAZ that takes them out, and that gust of wind almost sweeps Buck up his feet. But Sem9 with a strong start.
Sem9 able to make the plays happen here in the mid lane. And SUHAZ will have to drift away from the pressure. That was really, really scary, I think, for Insomniax. They thought they'd found an opportunity and they were playing the alternate strategy we see coming out of other mobile MOBAs here in Southeast Asia, where their competitive scenes emphasize putting your your essentially bot lane duo in mid lane. And the reason for that is because it lets the support roam much more. You basically have the support presence in almost every lane, which is very powerful, though not really when it's Braum, in my opinion. I don't think Braum's that useful on the roam. But it just gets hard punished immediately. It doesn't matter that there's two people in the mid lane. The ganking works just the same.
Yeah, and to add insult to injury, the Camille died because of that one kill, right? They took out Latte, Kazuo hit level 5 and immediately just uses Assault on Battery on this Camille. So Insomniac losing both of that crucial solo laners early on, or at least one solo laner and their jungler early on, really did hurt them. Now Sem9 can just put SUHAZ in the middle lane to stall time, as Wild Rabbit joins him to mirror the Insomniac mid lane duo. With that lead that Senna has gotten for themselves, they should feel a bit more comfortable as the Cloud Drake spawns.
Drake spawns, Kazuo and SUHAZ already on it. Sem9 matching the tempo of the game perfectly, and should be able to pick up the first objective of the game very easily, as nobody on the Insomniac is even close. They do have 3 players currently stacked over towards the top side of the map, kind of utilizing that support roaming strategy I talked about.
Yep, and they will be able to get the kill with the Hextech Ultimatum. Karos is low, SUHAZ misses the Hurricane, not able to get any confirmed kill. He is a Janna after all, as a tactical sweep will slow him down, but Insomniac decides to just back off. They don't want to take chances, or maybe not Linus though. He decides otherwise, comes back over the wall with the hook shot, takes him down with the precision protocol.
Flashes the emote, asks, "What you doing, bud? Or are you walking up on the 3 players as a Janna? How did you think that was gonna end?"
I like me some spicy emote wars every now and then.
Yeah, we had our mid laner in the last series kind of pulling that out. So got to replace it.
Well, we do see a shift. We do see a shift of the lane assignments right now. Dan's gonna go up to the top lane as the Ahri, but it is understandable. The Sem9 did take out the bot tier 1.
Yeah, and this is also going to be a shift around the Rift Herald, which is coming up in just 20 seconds. So there will be continued emphasis on that. This is one of the strengths of putting your duo lane in mid lane, is that you don't need to do a lane swap. You can just bring your resources up towards this Rift Herald or down towards the Drake, depending on how the mood suits you. I don't like the strategy overall, but it does enable plays like this.
Kazuo looking for an engage. Vault Breaker doesn't really connect, and Linus will just hookshot over that wall. Sam9 just poking and prodding Insomniax around the Rift Herald pit. Then comes in, goes into Spirit Rush, gets the charm, gets the knockback as well. They're getting engaged, but a huge heroic entrance from Raven will knock up 3. They get the taunt out. Hextech automated towards Wild Rabbit, but Wild Rabbit is going to run well. As Cataclysm from RH will trap Linus in his place. Latte trying to pull up the damage, and he does kill off RH, but at the cost of his own teammate. Sam9, they lose RH, but they get 4, and now they might even get the Rift Herald.
A really good performance in that fight from Ravens, who, as I talked about coming into this game, looked a little absent during their first qualifier game. Here, though, it is Ravens coming in with the heroic entrance, saving Kazuo, building this space with the taunt to guarantee not only that Kazuo is able to disengage, but that SUHAZ is able to come in and drop the Monsoon, keeping Kazuo alive. A really good team play, all based around the mid lane Galio, a character that is certainly in vogue right now.
Yeah, and one of the latest arrivals to Wild Rift, already making a splash in the competitive scene. RH now hitting that level 9, has the Black Cleaver, also has his full boots completed. And even in that previous fight, despite the fact that he died, he was able to hold down both Linus and Latte for the longest amount of time. Wild Rabbit got a free kill off of that. Now Sam9 feeling confident, Vault Breaker on top of Latte, they follow up with Assault Battery, and they're gonna slow him down and take him out. No chance for Latte, as they will spill that Latte art. Sam9 gets a free kill, but they do lose Raven though, as Linus will take him out.
Oh my god. I've got a Latte for Wild Rabbit. There's the cash in. Pops the Acathian Rain in the middle of that fight, and there's just no minions around. So every single missile from the Kai'Sa connects underneath the turret with Latte.
Yeah, this unfortunate situation. This is not a good opening. Kazuo though is going to be gone on by Linus, as Buck is waiting to provide backup if needed. The rest of Sam9 rotating towards the bot lane. They will be spotted
This is one of the reasons I don't like the duo lane mid lane strategy. I'll hold this thought, as the Drake fight does appear to be breaking out.
Engage onto Raven, but that's the Galio though. You don't want to jump onto him, as Insomniax will quickly learn to regret. They lose to Wild Rabbit, going forward with the flash. Gets through, that's a triple. Latte wants to do something behind, but Swag, being the support, blocks that shot and gives Wild Rabbit the quadra. Sam9 on an absolute tear, and Insomniax, they get put to sleep.
An incredibly good team fight from the bot lane duo. Not only Wild Rabbit cleaning up the fight, but also Swag does so much work there at the beginning of the fight with the Monsoon. The Monsoon manages to catch the entirety of his team inside of it, providing AoE healing to all of his allies, and also denying any sort of backline dive that could have caused trouble. So a very, very good ultimate, and then he's able to roam forward and set up his team for success.
I'm not really sure what Insomniacs were expecting, just throwing everything onto Raven, but definitely a huge mistake right there. Just letting Raven soak up all the damage, and Wild Rabbit doing what he does best on that Kai'Sa. Now with a 11,000, almost 12,000 net worth lead for Sam9, Insomniacs find themselves in a very, very precarious position in Game 1.
Having to do some quick caster maths there. Times are hard.
Yep.
I wanted to talk about something I was harping on with the Ezreal in mid lane. And this is obviously the kind of game where it's very easy for me to say, see, I told you so. There's a lot of things that have gone wrong for Insomniacs. But AD carry characters that go into the duo lane tend to go into the duo lane because they scale, and they need some support to start the game off without just getting hard punished. And if you're playing in mid, it's really hard not only to keep your character safe, but also the mid laner is in the mid lane because that's the quickest rotate to any fight anywhere on the map. And if you put your scaling AD carry in the mid lane, throughout the entire early game, you're just giving up the possibility of your mid laner roaming in to win fights. They cannot do that because they're an Ezreal without the Muramana transformed or something like that. They don't yet have the power to achieve anything from the map position they're in.
Yep, and bottom lane, they try to go onto RH, but Raven comes to the rescue once more, and that will make sure that Linus goes down. Sem9 getting another pick off. They won't be able to see the inhibitor turrets just yet, but what they can do is to go onto Baron Nashor. 15 seconds without the Camille. It's going to be sufficient time for Sem9 to pull this off.
Swak zoning really well. Just staying here. If you get close, Swak drops the Monsoon. Nothing happens. So, Insomniac, even if they could have taken that risk, choose not to. And it will be, as you said, a devastating gold lead with Baron in hand. And I want to take a look at this. Okay, watch this Monsoon from Swak. Do you see how good that positioning is? It creates a zone of safety, and nothing can touch the backline. Then Swak steps forward, eats an Ezreal shot, eats the Mystic shot, and that guarantees that the 4K comes through.
Yeah, and it's just, it felt like Insomniacs were already in desperation mode despite the game not being that bad for them leading up to that point. But they were just trying to force the issue a bit too hard, and they bit out more than they can chew. Now Kazuo just really taunting Insomniacs. They're gonna get the heroic entrance, assault and bury the Brawl. The Brawl is gonna go right back. They dive straight past the inhibitor turrets, and they were able to find one. Linus gets the ultimatum off, has the Guardian Angel for the second life, but RH just cuts down his dragon. They will get the knockup. This is it. They dive past 4 kills. Kazuo gets down with his life. They're gonna obliterate Insomniacs as Sem9 just start things off with a dominant victory over Insomniacs.
That was one of the most disgusting endgame fights I have ever seen. They just ran past the turrets and they were caught out, but it didn't matter because you have Heroic Entrance, Killer Instinct, which I didn't talk about enough, but it is a fantastic combo. Galio works very, very well, not just with Kai'Sa, but also with Vi, also with Jarvan in this composition, because all those characters want to go in, and Galio is really good at redefining what in is. So you get everyone to engage, and then Galio says, okay, this territory they just occupied is now a space that the Insomniacs players need to get out of, or they die, or they get knocked up and chain CC'd until they are gone. So, time and time again, somebody from Sem9 goes stupid aggressive, and Ravens makes it look normal. Ravens demands that Insomniacs respect them.
And that kind of helps with Sem9's aggression, right? So what seems to be reckless is now something that is very normal because you have these kind of support coming in from the team. And I think Sem9 also recognized that potential. And as a lot of gamers would know, when Raven enters the fight with that heroic entrance in game 1, he basically just says, all your base are belong to us. There's nothing that Insomniacs can do. Ravens with a clinical performance, but Wild Rabbit, a player that you've been mentioning that hasn't really put up too much of a performance, had a flawless game.
Sorry, I was still just stun-locked by the 10-year-old meme. That was incredible. That was a deep cut. Yeah, Wild Rabbit had a bit of a disappointing evening, and it was something I harped on because Wild Rabbit looked good. They looked like they had potential, were clearly mechanically skilled, and weren't able to put it together during Open Qualifier number 2. Now it's Open Qualifier 3, and Wild Rabbit's mechanical skill is on full display, this time with a team and a draft that supports it. The Kai'Sa has people behind them and, more importantly, in front of them, setting up every step of the combo execution and building space, which is what Kai'Sa wants in the middle of these team fights. Just mid-range space that they can occupy without being too threatened and lay down the auto attacks.
Yeah, that's definitely a morale boost, and it's wonderful to see how much a team can change and grow within 72 hours. I think Sam9 just lead us off with a very convincing opening, but I think Insomniax is just kind of testing the waters, maybe at least for game 1. So now the question is, can they bring the fight to Sam9 in game 2? We'll find out after this short break, so do not go anywhere.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas Becky telah pun tiba. Becky menjatuhkan serangan. Mereka ingin masuk secara cepat, telah pun tiba. Xiang telah pun sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that had to sing.
Tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas Becky telah pun tiba. Becky menjatuhkan serangan. Mereka ingin masuk secara cepat, telah pun tiba. Xiang telah pun sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that had to sing.
It's time for Series 2, Game 2, and we've got 2 casters. My name's TJ, that's 2 letters. And unfortunately, Husky doesn't have 2 letters. I don't really have anything else. But he's the second caster, joining me for Game 2 of Series 2. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. No, I might not have 2 letters in my name, but it's 2 syllables, so it's still 2.
Oh yeah.
Mathematically
Sure,
speaking,
I
it's still
like
2. Yeah.
You know, that's what I brought you for, to make sense of everything, and let's try and make sense of this series, because game number 1 looked so good for Sem9, I'm kind of at a loss for words for how you turn that round, because during the first series, there were cracks. It felt like there were challenges that had to be overcome by the Eminence Raptors. I don't think Sem9 were really challenged there. I don't think any of their, bluffs, so to speak, were called upon.
And I think you pointed out a couple of those loopholes that Sem9 capitalized on from the side of Insomniax, right? The way that they assign their laners, they put this Ezreal mid that on paper might sound like a good idea, but if you look at the whole scheme of things, Sem9 just picked it apart. And you have this Ari in this bottom lane, a Braum support that has lesser roaming potential compared to Alistar, which we have yet to see in the series. So all that added up, I think Sem9 just showed that why it's not a good idea to put an Ezreal mid.
I mean, that among other things, right? I that's one of the reasons why I'm hesitant to actually talk up Sem9 too much, because they didn't play that game very well. There was a lot of things that looked good. I liked their mechanical play. I liked the way that their team synced up during fights. You can tell they're players that are used to playing with each other. But I wouldn't go so far as to say it was a draft or a strategy that really impressed me. It was just the execution of a very solid team comp. The parts of it that looked good, the parts of it I do want to call out, are the way that they were able to engage behind the Galio time and time again, or ahead of the Galio. You can use, like we were talking about, Jarvan, Vi, or Kai'Sa's Killer Instinct as a way to start fights, provided the Galio can follow through from across the map.
And a lot of times they are picking the right targets as well. It almost feels like whenever Sem9 starts a fight, there's no way for Insomniax to respond. And this is probably the fight that really broke the game wide open for Sem9 to take, because Insomniax, they didn't really have to force that issue, and if they did, the last guy you want to start it on is on the Galio, and they did exactly that. So it's kind of a bummer, but it gives Sem9 the lead, the confidence to just go for that base invasion at the end to close things out with a bang. But I do agree, comparing Sem9 to Eminence Raptors still look pretty good because of how they played. Sem9 just looked good because how underwhelming Insomniax felt in game 1.
And I think that, I don't want to take too much away from them, because once again, their teamfight coordination, very impressive. Their draft, solid. But it didn't feel like I don't know how good they actually are, because it didn't feel like they got pushed. And that's what I'm looking to happen to them from Insomniax in game number 2. What do I think can be changed? You flagged it. I don't think the Ezreal mid works super great in Wild Rift. I think there are AD carries you can run the dual lane mid with. There are supports you can run the dual lane with. I think that Ezreal Braum is the worst dual lane to run in mid, because the Braum isn't especially effective on the roams, and the Ezreal isn't any use during the early game. I also think that the way they were playing objectives was very awkward at times. We had a couple of strange timings on the Insomniacs backs, where they would reset right before a Drake came up, reset right before a Rift Herald came up, and that needs to be tuned up a bit as well. But that's not to say there wasn't anything that went right. I particularly liked the way they played around the sides of the map. Their solo lanes would find isolated picks, and maybe build on that. Play to those individual carries, draft them onto assassins, build a solid front line throughout the rest of the draft, go for something like Alistar or Galio to draw focus, and then use those solo lanes to be your assassins.
Yeah, and I think compared to Sem9, Insomniax is still trying to find a footing. Sem9 knew what they had to do. They had the Galio, they had the Vi and Jarvan to start a fight. But for Insomniax, they were kind of poking and prodding at every single element of the game and trying to figure out what's the best way to play it. And it did not work out, at least for game 1. So hopefully they will have that figured out by game 2. Before we jump into that, we'll take a short break, and when we come back, it's going to be game 2 between Sem9 and Insomniax.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas Becky telah pun tiba. Becky menjatuhkan seorang. Mereka ingin masuk sekarang, teleport telah pun tiba. Xiang telah pun sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that had to sing.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
No, I can't remember the last time that I really felt fine. Now I'm trying to rewind. Cause lately, I've been feeling kinda hazy, like I'm stuck in a daydream, and you're not here to save me. Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore, no. Don't take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. Need you more than you know, 'cause baby, you feel like home. Reminiscing the late nights, we'd fall in love in the moonlight, then wake up at sunrise. Now I'm just thinking that we should go back to when we were, hold each other to feel good. Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore, no. Don't take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby, you feel like home. Take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas Becky telah pun tiba. Becky menjatuhkan seorang. Mereka ingin masuk sekarang, teleport telah pun tiba. Xiang telah pun sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that had to sing.
We are getting ready for game number 2 in this second best of 5 between Sem9 and Insomniax, where Sem9 drew first blood, and I can't wait to see it happen. My name is Husky, and I'm joined on the broadcast by the one and only TJ.
That's not true. There are like 3. There's a League of Legends coach who coaches one of the university teams who's named TJ. There's a caster who works for Blizzard who's named TJ. And he comes up when you search for esports TJ, which is my Twitter handle, and I'm very upset about that. And then there's a gambling website that owns esports.tj, which is a real domain that I can't buy because there's a gambling website there.
You got me.
Fact check. Speaking of fact checks, game 2. I want to transition our focus there because the fact check for game 1 is that Sem9 dominated. That needs to be turned around in game 2. We spent some time kind of speculating as to how the Insomniacs will do it. Now's the moment to see if they can follow through.
And we will start things off with a Galio and a Collie ban by Insomniacs. And Sem9, they will stick with the first ban Zig and probably the Orianna, as that champion will also be eliminated from the draft. Insomniacs will have the first pick advantage. Seems like they will prioritize the jungle pick, as Lee Sin will be the choice.
Lee Sin will take to the field there. Into a Camille as the first 2 picks. Alright, so I like the Lee Sin as the first pick. I do think he's the kind of dominant jungler who's worth first picking. But it does kind of shoehorn you into very specific kinds of comps. You need the ability to follow up on that. With Gallium on the ban list, you're looking at other things with high mobility, like the Kai'Sa, that can get into the back line. So I like the Kai'Sa. Now I want a front line that can follow up. That means Leona or Alistar. Rakan would do here, but they're seriously lacking on frontline, and Insomniacs, I don't think, can fix that. Maybe you're looking like Darius, something very big in the top side. That's the only way I'm scaling back, or I'm believing in this draft, because otherwise, they're incredibly lightweight.
Yeah, it's a very interesting draft as well, right? It's the first Rakan pick that we are seeing today. First Seraphine pick we're seeing today. Insomniacs lock in that Fiora. This to me is a very big pick for them as well. Can deal with the Camille and has a lot of potential to just go for those solo kills in the back line as long as she gets that riposte off. They finalize the draft with the Ahri and Sem9. They're looking at the Jarvan.
Okay, so I don't like this Insomniacs draft at all, and I can talk through why. If you're running a lightweight composition like this, like to be fair Sem9 are, you need to have enough stuns, enough CC, to be able to stop the enemy's engage from reaching you. Sem9 saw, read the room, saw what was up, and their answer to this composition is essentially a better version of this composition. They have sustained damage from the Corki that's just going to be able to melt through these low HP characters. Sustained damage is really effective against people that are made of tissue paper. But then they also have a really solid front line. Between the Jarvan and the Gragas, they're going to be able to engage. Now, against something like an Alistar or a Leona, the Jarvan and the Gragas don't feel like big tanks, but there's nothing like that here. So the Jarvan and the Gragas are going to be able to soak up a ton of damage. They still have backline access from characters like the Camille, and they do have this Seraphine, who you mentioned it's the first time she's been picked here today. I do think that's a mistake. I do think Seraphine's are really good right now, especially in a composition like this where you have a lot of characters that are constantly pumping out skill shots. Because if you can have a Seraphine operating at mid-range in a fight, getting a ton of note procs, which is anytime your allies use an ability near you, you essentially get another auto attack. You can release them in a giant cloud of burst, and that is again very effective sustained damage against lightweight characters. They've adapted to what Insomniacs are bringing to the field, and I think they've done so successfully.
Yeah, and I definitely would agree with that as well, because when you look at Insomniacs draft, you have this Rakan, right? You want to go in with the grand entrance into the quickness just to get those taunts, so that engage going on, but you need some kind of follow-up, and perhaps the champion that finds it easiest to synergize with that is the Lee Sin. But even then, you're dealing with a lineup like what Sem9 has. They can easily eliminate this Rakan before he can do much. So I'm slightly worried for Insomniacs for this game too.
Yeah, I think that the idea of Kai'Sa Rakan isn't a bad one. The problem is just that they don't have any HP anywhere on this roster. So there is just nothing that can sit here as a frontline. So to put it bluntly, I don't believe in Insomniax winning a team fight at any phase of the game. Now what they do have the advantage in is the early phase skirmishing. If you can see this Lee Sin maybe utilize just Lee Sin's early power during these first 5 minutes to find 1 or 2 kills, give that gold over 2 critical late game carries, I guess you're looking at the Kai'Sa, then maybe.
Yeah, you can see that Sam9, they are already bullying both the side lanes of Insomniax. Swag on the Seraphine just constantly using the poke of the high note to push this Kai'Sa out of lane. RH able to get a level advantage and a early reset as well due to how well he is controlling the wave. And this is proving to be a bit problematic for this Fiora to deal with. So you kind of want to call on the assistance of Lee Sin. However, because of that early reset from RH, Linus won't be able to achieve much. Kazuo arrives to the bottom lane and is kind of just being a threat just with his presence. They're going with the flag and drag, surround sound from Swag. They will be able to isolate both Latte and Buck, but thankfully, a dive will not be able to be executed.
Yeah, and I do want to be fair and call out Sam9 for some drafting decisions I disagree with as well. We talked about earlier how I'm not a big fan of the Corki. There are compositions the Corki works well in. I don't think this is one of them.
Level 5, Cataclysm, First Blood, and it's easy for Kazuo to do that as he takes the Krug camp, but flashes in, explosive cast, slows down Linus, Kazuo gets out with the flag and drag, Ravens with the body slam for the re-engage, High Note is dead, they get the stage present, Charm comes in, barrier is out from Raven tries to survive, but Spirit Dash will let Dan stick onto this Gragas, Kazuo is ready to rejoin the fight, Sam9 pull back, and they will walk away with no casualties at all.
And that was the early level ones that the Lee Sin has an advantage in. So it's a real shame for Insomniax they don't manage to even it up. If I'm not mistaken, Lions could have smited Kazuo and found that kill. So I'm a little, I don't know if maybe I'm, misremembering when the smite was up, but I'm pretty sure that was a possible kill. So I'm a little surprised that didn't happen. I do want to also draw attention to what I was going to talk about before all that broke off, which is Wild Rabbit on the Corki. I think a Xayah just would have been a straight-up upgrade here. I think the Corki doesn't add a whole lot of value to this team because it's not very survivable against Lee Sin, Kai'Sa, Rakan. It doesn't have a particularly high amount of damage. You can make the argument for the Kettle comp where the Jarvan Cataclysm sets up for it very well, but I don't even necessarily think that's true when Blade Caller works equally well into those tight pinned down targets.
Yeah, I think it is. I feel like there's not much that anyone can argue with that justification because on paper, Xayah just does almost everything better than the Corki. Now, it's not to say that Corki is a champion that is unusable, but to fit him into a composition...
He's very good mid.
Yeah, he's very good mid. But I think if you want him to be an ADC and want him to have everything, the Xayah still feels like a more viable pick.
Xayah will fall off towards the late game in a way Corki doesn't. But I think Corki struggles in the early game in a way that Xayah doesn't. I think Corki struggles in the mid game in a way that Xayah doesn't because you don't have AD carries in these team comps.
And that is a good encore onto 3. They were able to force Insomniax back and secure the Mountain Drake. So good for Insomniax. They didn't lose anyone, but Swag could have just made that huge potential engage for his team. So Sam9, they walk away with the objective. No one dies. But Sam9 are looking for this mid lane push. In fact, Kazuo misses the flag and drag flash. Then flashes backwards into the hands of Wild Rabbit. And that is going to be an easy pickup for his Corki.
Another good Enchanter performance out of Swag. A very, very good encore in the middle of that fight. One of the few characters, as you said, able to play Enchanters at a competitive level here in Wild Rift. I do prefer Seraphine mid. I think Seraphine's support is just worse than some of the other Enchanter options, but certainly does have more damage than many of them, so there's no harm in it if you're not being threatened. On the top side of the map, we do have SUHAZ also having a very good start to the game, currently about 500 gold ahead of their lane opponent. Karo is really struggling for Insomniax, as the entire team is across the map. Insomniax about 4,000 gold behind in total.
And RH, smelling something in the waters, will back off. And all this lead that RH got for himself was entirely just lane and minion wave management. He didn't join any fights, he didn't get any solo kills. It was all just him managing the lane properly. Karo's almost getting solo killed by Wild Rabbits. Linus comes in to provide a bit of backup. Sam9 in the meantime will take this Rift Herald as Linus gets poked down, flashes forward, gets the kick off, tries to go on the kill on the Swag, but Swag has surround sound, and Linus will have to back off. Safeguards away, but Kazuo will follow up with Cataclysm, and now Raven's just waiting for the opportunity to get the barrel out and blow him up.
Very well played. All of that action happens at the cost of a turret in the bottom lane, but that will be traded back, and so Sem9 get a kill and a turret and the Rift Herald in exchange for only a turret, which is a trade they take any day.
They lost RH. I think Insomniax Gang Squad did not leave the bottom lane, so they got the turret and they got RH, which will slow down the progression of this Camille, and in fact it has even up, or almost even up, the net worth between both Baron laners, which is something that Insomniax needed to look for. So that would bring Insomniax back to a more even playing field despite the net worth deficit that they're facing. A Cloud Drake will be the next objective though. So Sam9, they are prepping for that, and we might see a rotation towards the bottom lane.
Turret will be picked up here. This is just zoning power. And anytime you're being zoned off this badly by a team at the 7-minute mark, I don't want to say it's over, but you need an incredibly miraculous team fight to turn it back around, and you're not looking for it.
And they get the engage again, the Cataclysm, but this time it's on the tier 2. Quickness, Grand Entrance, knockout, counter engage from Insomniac. They find 2. Here comes Dan with the Spirit Rush. Charm is there. Hextech Ultimatum as RH locks down this Fox. They want to kill her off. The 9-2 Fox might not have 9 lives as Wild Rabbit gets a triple, looking for the quad, and he will be able to secure that. And Sam9, what looks to be a reckless dive, turns into an ace and an inhibitor turret.
This could be the game. They won't press for it, no. And Wild Rabbit does a lot of work there and demonstrates what I was talking about with the Corki, where... Okay, I'm going to hold this thought. I think Ravens is fine now. What I was talking about with the Corki, where I don't, like I said, think Corki is a great pick for this situation. Corki doesn't have a lot of burst, which is what you typically want into lightweight teams. But when there isn't a front line to have to deal with, when you don't need to get around tanks, that means you can just sit there and dump damage in as a sustained damage dealer, and it adds up real fast. When anyone's made a tissue paper, a water gun does a lot of damage.
Yep, and Sam9 just blew the game wide open. And it's not in a good way, at least if you're an Insomniax fan. 10k net worth lead for Sam9 as the fight breaks up in the middle lane. They will take out this Lee Sin. Supposed Cat's gonna knock Dan backwards, but he does have the Spirit Rush to get away. Chilling Smite slows him down. They get the barrel on top of him as well. Kazuo stands in front. Encore comes through, hits onto the back line, and they just completely power onto Insomniax. No way out for 4 of the members as Kazuo will get away with his life. Kazuo dies to the turret, but he does have the Guardian Angel to respawn, and Sam9 will take the mid-tier 2. They will take this inhibitor turret, and that's a second lane exposed for an Insomniax.
God, Swak is playing so well on Seraphine. That double encore there just to lock down the game. But I also want to call out Arhenge, who's played a very solid game so far. And you can see they're using the Hextech ultimatum to specifically remove Lines' opportunity to contest. Lee Sin is the kind of character that does a very, very good job of stealing away early objectives. And because they're trapped in the Hextech ultimatum, there is simply no opportunity.
Yeah, And Sem9 with that victory, they've gotten such a big lead that it feels like Insomniax have no chance of coming back. But in a parallel universe, what can Insomniax do? With such a huge deficit, they try to go into RH, but RH just gets away.
I mean, they don't have a whole lot of zoning power, and that's what really matters. Oh my god. I just really love that double encore there.
And they get the barrel again. Another encore from SUHAZ today. He is the conductor, he is the musician, he is everything that this orchestra of Sem9 has been looking for. 3 kills for them as Insomniax survive with 2 members, but Buck is not gonna stay alive as Wild Rabbit gets himself a legendary streak and a triple kill. And Sem9, they're finished with it. They want this second game. There's nothing much that Kairos can do. They will get the TP in, and Sem9 will buckle up and take this game too, putting themselves at match point, series point.
Over in the blink of an eye. Sem9 demolished that game, and there's not really much to take away from it again. There was a compositional, I think, issue with the draft. Sem9 maybe would have been vulnerable to some early ganks from the Lee Sin, but we never saw the Lee Sin get to do anything. Very early on, that Lee Sin was just zoned out of the fights, locked down and shut down. And the second that level 1 fight, if you remember, goes even, I feel like that game's over.
Yeah, it almost feels like Insomniax needed to do more, and that the definition of that more in this game is something that is almost impossible to achieve with this draft, right? If we go past a certain timing, suddenly Sem9 just look unstoppable. And we saw how Sem9, they just went for all these dives and engages that Insomniax seemingly had no answer to.
Yeah, that's why you need a frontline. That's why you need a tank. And there is no HP on their team, which means that there's no way to stop that from happening. And you don't need actually a tank, right? If you have enough stuns, you can make it work without it. But there are exactly 3 CC spells on this team. And that's not enough to make a stun-focused composition work, especially when one of them is Lee Sin ultimate and the other one is Ahri Charm. Neither of which are very effective, both of which are single target, both of which have very long cooldowns. So realistically, you can deny entry to the backline to 2 players each team fight, and that includes spending some of your most aggressive options playing defense. That's not a viable way to defend against a team comp that has Camille and the Jarvan and the Gragas on it, especially because with the addition of the Corki Seraphine backline, whilst you're dealing with all that aggression, the Corki Seraphine backline is just going to be pumping up the damage.
Yeah, and it almost seems like Insomniax drafted this composition with the objective of being able to run at Sem9 and get those pickups early on. But Sem9, like you mentioned during the drafting phase, came up with an improved version, an advanced draft, an advanced composition that ticks all the boxes and even more, compared to what Insomniax has. So if you put these 2 teams together head on, it almost feels like Insomniax are just running their hits into a brick wall, and Sem9 just let them hurt themselves the entire game.
Yeah. I mean, what Insomniacs need to make this comp work, realistically, is a Galio in mid. And honestly, that would do it for me. Get yourself a Galio in mid. I'm not a huge fan of the Fiora. I'm not a huge fan of the Rakan, but it's fine. But they pick not only not a Galio in mid, but they don't get a tank anywhere else. They get an Ahri in mid, who just has no place in that composition. Like, Ahri is very difficult to fit into team comps anyway. She's got a little bit of the same problem that Fiora has, where Fiora, doesn't really work in team fights, and Ahri can suffer from that. She wants to duel people, and team fights aren't the place for that. But,
yeah,
especially on a team composition that doesn't have a front line, how are you going to find those 1v1s for the Fiora, for the Ahri in the team fights? How are you going to get the opportunities to do single target burst damage like the Lee Sin Fiora and Ari all want to do. They all want to find an individual target and lock them down and burn them down. How are you going to do that without any stuns or tank for the front line? It's just it's a very hard to execute team composition, and a team like Sem9 isn't going to let you execute it.
Yeah, it feels like Insomniax have all the ingredients, but they forgot to get gas to cook that perfect dish. But we'll see if they can pull this back. Sem9, they're one game away from securing the spot in the summer group stage. We'll go on a short break, and when we come back, it is match point for Sem9.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas Becky telah pun tiba. Becky menjatuhkan serangan. Mereka ingin masuk secara teleport, telah pun tiba. Xiang telah pun sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike, tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
Just leave it to me. I know what I need. You'll find if you see. And if you believe, you live and you breathe, you'll find the key. Lifting me, lifting you. Can't go alone, let's do by two. Doing this together, it's me by you. All through the night, all through the night. This is me, this is you. When we get together, we can all pull through. I don't ever wanna stop this groove. Let's get it right. Take it to the Lord, then take it to the grave. Listen to the wise man, tell me what to say. Listen to your heartbeat like it still bleed. A little bit of hope, yeah, it's what we still need. Say a little prayer for the moment. Yeah, what you got, just go in. Can't hold you back if you own it. Live your life like a chosen. No matter what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood. And I won't take no for an answer. If it don't hurt me, it makes me stronger. What I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood. And I won't take it no more. I won't be there. Just leave it to me. I know what I need. You'll find if you see. And if you believe, you live and you breathe, you'll find the key. Know what I need, I know what I need. You'll find the keys, the keys.
No, I can't remember the last time that I really felt fine. Now I'm trying to rewind. Cause lately, I've been feeling kinda hazy. Like I'm stuck in a daydream. And you're not here to save me.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas Becky telah pun tiba. Becky menjatuhkan serangan. Mereka ingin masuk secara teleport, telah pun tiba. Xiang telah pun sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike, tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
Across 2 best-of-5s, we've had 5 very dominant games. There's one last chance to turn the tables here tonight, and it would mean taking Sem9 off of a 2-game winning streak to extend this series. My name is TJ, joined by Husky for the 3rd Open Qualifier here at the Icon Series for Malaysia. I'm going to be blunt. I'm going to ask you to be blunt. Do you think they can do it?
Realistically, I feel like Sem9 is gonna take this 3-0. I had a mouthful of Maggie just now. My Maggie says it's a 3-0. So no, if I have to be blunt, I don't think so. But I'm optimistic. So hopefully they will be able to extend this series a bit more.
I don't know if we can do this, but can you show the pot on stream?
Oh, I
don't know if we could do that.
I took it back out.
He had a pot about this big that was just, he was showing to the camera. It was intense. This man is dedicated to his Maggie. He's dedicated to supporting the sponsors of the broadcast.
Yes, absolutely. They have accompanied me throughout my entire childhood, throughout college. It's the least I can do to pay back, to give back to our sponsors who all made this possible. You know, other than Maggie, we also have the shout out to Yudu and JBL for being a part of this journey.
You're so smooth. You're so good. It brings a tear to my eye. Let's talk about the things that are also bringing a tear to my eye. Man, Insomniax aren't able to turn this around. It is looking real rough. What are they doing right? What are they succeeding at? Well, I think that their early games consistently show demonstrations of opportunities. That's a very vague phrase, but what I mean by it is they consistently take the right fights during the early game. They just keep getting out-team fought in them by Sem9.
Yeah, and I think if we look at the previous two games and we look a bit more in-depth into it, it almost seems like Insomniax were never really ready to fight Sem9. They were playing at Sem9's pace. Their whole game felt like it was dictated by Sem9. Sem9 says fight, they were like, alright, I guess we'll fight and we'll see what happens. And that has been the storyline so far. Even in this whole replay, you can see that it was Sem9 that starts the fight and it is Sem9 that ends the fight.
SUHAZ is a huge, I think, shout out over the course of this entire series to me. He's playing Enchanters. We started earlier on the Janna, which looked really good. Had a teamfight saving, game saving Monsoon. And then they follow up, pull out the Seraphine, who's, full disclosure, one of my favorite characters. And lands like 3 successive encores that define the game. And I don't think they were necessary to win the game. Things were looking real good no matter what happened. But those encores certainly sped things up.
Yeah, and you know, SUHAZ on Seraphine just living up to the champion's name as well. Living up to the ability. You know, you thought the fight is over, he calls an encore and actually finishes the fight. Thank you, thank you.
What a roll! My god.
Yeah,
Husky, let's frame things a little differently. I want to take a step back, talk about the teams that have qualified so far. What's standing out to you here in Malaysia as somebody who's going to be paying attention to the rest of the Icon series? What's catching your eye?
I think if we put aside potentially Sem9 and Eminence Raptors, I definitely am looking at Geek Fam. I think Geek Fam undoubtedly is the strongest team right now. Sure, they did not clean sweep every single tournament, but most of the tournaments that they play in, they have been the champions. They have been the emperors, the overlords of the scene, and that's also a big shout out to the veterans who have experience on international stage playing on the PC platform. So now they have this robust roster that is just taking down everyone. I would not be surprised if they continue to dominate.
I like to have that conversation now when we have a little bit of time, because I was talking to AJ about it during our last broadcast. We have a lot of really good teams that came out of this qualifier. Geek Fam had to qualify in the second qualifier because they didn't even make semis in the first. And I think that speaks to the depth of the scene here in Malaysia and here in Southeast Asia. This is going to be a really fun Icon Series group stage still ahead. And again, you can find all the details about that over at the ESL Play website, also at all the channels you're watching this on right now, be it Twitch, Facebook, or YouTube. We're going to go to a lightning fast break. When we come back, it is potentially the final game of the day. You won't want to miss it. Game 3 of our second series, right after this.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas. Becky terlampau tiba. Becky menjatuhkan serangan. Mereka ingin masuk secara teleport, terlampau tiba. Siang terlampau sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that had to sing.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Alright, okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tetapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas Becky terlampau tiba. Becky menjatuhkan serangan. Mereka ingin masuk sekarang, teleport terlampau tiba. Siang terlampau sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that had to sing.
It's just the way we live, we own it. 'Cause that we love the thrill, we know it. It's just the way we live, we're grown up kids. It's just the way we live, we know it. It's just the way we live, we own it. 'Cause that we love the thrill, we know it. It's just the way we live, we're grown up kids. We're grown up kids. Introduce me, I'm a renegade. Every single night I crave the taste. It's the adrenaline running through my gait. It gets me high. Got no time to waste. Ain't got time for small talk. I tell you the truth. I'm fast at you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in it to lose, just fast at you. Look into my eyes, I'm not afraid. Take over my mind till it fades. Like a medicine, it keeps me safe.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tetapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas Becky terlampau tiba. Becky menjatuhkan serangan. Mereka ingin masuk sekarang, teleport terlampau tiba. Siang terlampau sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that had to sing.
It's about to be game 3 of this best of 5 between Sem9 and Insomniax. One team at the cusp of qualifying for summer group stage and one team on the brink of elimination. My name is Husky and I'm joined back on the broadcast by not the one and only TJ, but the one and only TJ that I know.
One of many TJs, Husky, if you're curious, has so much more energy because of the Maggie he's been eating during the break.
Yes, I love it, you know. What else can I say? I am pouring out my
I think
love.
you fulfilled your obligations. You don't need to say anything else. So let's
Yes,
instead talk about this upcoming game. Like you said, game 3, the winner of this, if it's Sem9, goes on to the group stage of the Icon Series. This is the qualifier spot on the line, and it is tournament point for Sem9.
Yeah, and this is, Sem9 one step closer. They have they have 1 foot through the door, and now they just need to put the other foot in and shut it behind Insomniax. Shut it in front of Insomniax. But if you look at the draft right now, Insomniac, they will ban out the Akali and the Camille, whereas for Sam9, they will decide to take out both the Galio and the Gragas.
Yeah, Galio makes a lot of sense. Okay. Wukong is solid in the jungle right now. I wouldn't favor it over Lee Sin, for instance, though. It does give a little bit more CC power for Insomniacs. Sam9 will obviously respond by grabbing the Kai'Sa. I wouldn't be surprised to see them prioritize something in the top side here as well. I'm forgetting something. Oh yeah, the Lee Sin. That could just come out here. Instead we get Jin Zhao. Okay.
Yeah, since first unique Xin Zhao pick at least for today. And it's pretty strong jungler that can go for those 1v1 duels. Decent at frontline as well. Has a, I would say he's pretty beefy when it comes to those resistance that he gets. Can always rely him to stand in front, but Insomniacs, they're gonna lock in the Rakan and give us the cannon.
Okay, so last game I said that this Insomniacs draft didn't have nearly enough stuns to make the composition they wanted to work. They have changed that. This is very lightweight, but they now have stuns, they now have damage across the board. The Wukong Rakan cannon is a really solid CC-based frontline. What they need now is burst damage behind it, and I think my shock and horror conveys my astonishment at the fact that they would draft a Corki into that composition. Where does it even go? I guess mid. I guess you put Corki mid. Wow, I don't especially like that. That's actually ruins almost everything. If you put like a, oh god, I don't even want to speculate because I'll say something silly, but if you put like an Orianna, like a control mage in the mid lane here, I think that works. Maybe an Annie so that you just have infinite CC, like that would be really fun actually. But no, we've ended up with a Corki, who I think is going to struggle to survive this. I think Sam9, on the other hand, this is a little bit of a meme team. They're having fun with it. I'm not sure how to analyze this too seriously. Evelyn, I'm not sure if that's jungle or top lane, given that it's on our hedge. I'm going to assume it's top lane. And I have no thoughts on that. That shouldn't be taken seriously, but we're having fun now.
Yeah, and I think before Icon series, so towards the end of last year, Evelyn mid was kind of a thing, at least in Malaysia. I'm not sure about other regions, but Evelyn mid...
No.
It was...
So Evelyn mid was briefly the most powerful thing on the planet. It was broken, she could clear waves in like 20 seconds, and that made Evelyn viable in every lane. But she can't do that anymore, so she's not a good laner anymore.
Yeah, so it's just pretty interesting to see Evelyn getting picked up. I would like to assume that is a jungle. I would be surprised to see RH playing an Evelyn Baron lane, but it feels like
no,
this could be a bit for the lows, you know. Apparently Evelyn.
I think it is Baron lane.
Okay, it is Baron lane.
Yeah, no smite. So Kazuo will be taking the Xin Zhao into the jungle, and the Evelyn will be going towards the Baron lane, it looks like. We do have a Malphite. Look, I'm trying to be like supportive here. I'm trying to be a supportive dad. The Malphite is the one part of this draft that I like unequivocally like. It's a very good response to the lightweight draft on the other side. You just spend the Unstoppable Force as an engage, and you can get past everything that's been set up. The Slicing Maelstrom, all those CCs now need to be deployed onto Swag, who can ult into the backline, right? And if you're spending all those stuns to stop the Malphite from murdering your carries, then you're not spending those stuns to engage, which is very important for Sam9.
But do you think that Insomniacs are still having the same issue of not having a proper front line? Like you have these two cores to protect. You know, you have Corki and Ezreal, but is the Wukong enough?
I think they resolved the frontline part of their draft quite well. I like the idea of Kennen, Wukong, Rakan as a really solid CC duo. The problem is with this composition, you want a mid laner who's just going to be raw damage. You just want raw stats in the mid lane. And Corki isn't that. I'm not a huge fan of the Corki in this composition.
Yeah, and they two kind of scaling ADCs, but top lane alert into the whiplash. Sam9 will whip Karos into shape, gets the first blood.
That's gross. And it's devastating because if the cannon falls behind, then all those parts of this composition that looked promising start to fall apart. You start to lose the CC power that I was talking about.
And yeah, I think Sam9 also kind of identified that, and they just pulled the trigger. They made the decision to take out Karos before he gets out of control and put it behind. That's going to be the cannon without barrier for a while. A swap is going to make jungling a bit hard for this Wukong. They will bring Buck to the bottom lane just to deal with this aggression from Sam9. That's going to open up the middle lane because I believe Dan goes for a lane swap, so Latte is going to go mid.
Yeah.
And
that's how I feel about it. You're not going to be able to kill a Malphite. There's no point trying to attempt that. The Malphite gets away. Overall, I feel like Sam9 are just hitting it with a dank meme. This is just them having fun with their final game of the evening, or at least what they think is their final game of the evening. The famous last words, I suppose. Maybe someone will prove me wrong, but I don't think Evelyn mid is ever going to be a thing. I don't think Xin Zhao is an especially effective jungler. I think Ziggs is alright in mid. I'd like to see more of that. I think Malphite actually could be a very promising support. I don't have enough data on that, so I want to see more Malphite support. I want to see somebody else try it in a more serious game, but it feels a little disrespectful. It feels like maybe Sam9 are just thinking this series is over.
Yeah, they had other options for the jungle, but they decided to go for the Xin Zhao, knowing that
they have
Malphite. And yeah, it's Lee Sin, right? One of the top picks, and the entire game we did not see an Alistar at all. But the invaders here, Sam9 going for the blue buff, able to steal it away. Cyclone used by Linus. Here comes the Mega Inferno Bomb. Just blows up this Wukong. Slicing Maelstrom is pretty darn good on the Swag, but the Allure and Whiplash, they charm Karos backwards, and Swag walks away with his life. Double kill for Ravens. Wild Rabbit does go down as he was solo killed by Dan, but Sam9 still comes out on top overall.
And I want to use that engagement to highlight two things I was talking about. First of all, you can see how when the Slicing Maelstrom is used defensively, it's used on the front line. It's way less effective. It's used there to lock down the two characters that are most comfortable going for a brawl versus it. And then the other thing I want to highlight is that Karos probably gets those kills if they're not a level and a couple gold behind because of the early game ganks. Right? The cannon is the most dangerous part of this composition, and that's why Sam9 instantly shut it down.
And they're going to try to poke Kazuo backwards, and they will be able to do so, but the rest of Sam9 have already arrived. Swag does not have the unstoppable force just yet, but this Malphite being around is always going to be a threat. Mid lane, RH goes for a dive to knock Buck back with the Satchel Charge, and Buck is now pretty exposed. That one last auto attack does not take him down, and RH will be able to go back into the Demon Shape form and survive. Kazuo, though, not so lucky, taken out by Linus as he tries to solo this Ocean Drake. Not the best of decisions, and without this jungler, Sam9 cannot go for the objective.
Yeah, we're having fun here. I don't know. That didn't make a whole lot of sense in terms of Sam9's positioning. They essentially took a 2v5 and or a 2v3 and a 3v3 simultaneously. There was no good way to engage like that. Sam9 knew it. They had the vision to know that it was a bad engagement, but they just took it anyway, because I feel like they feel untouchable right now. They feel like they've already qualified.
Yeah, maybe it's just them using this time before the big stage to just experiment and try out new stuff.
It's a very generous read. I like that one.
Yeah. It can be, it can be one of the motives. Maybe not the big picture, but a part of it.
No, you know what? I do genuinely believe.
And they're gonna engage Unstoppable Force onto Buck. Lyris comes in from behind. Mega Inferno Bomb only takes out the Guardian Angel as Bug steps over the Hexplosive Minefield and is going to use the quickness to get away. Flash as well. It actually stays alive. Swat goes down. Kazuo flashes away as Wild Rabbit just comes in and cleans up everyone on his own. Gives himself a double kill. Wild Rabbit looking for more. Gets himself a triple on Latte. And that's a killing spree for this Kai'Sa. And now Sam9 can safely work on this Ocean Drake.
Wild Rabbit gets a triple and then flashes the heart to the audience. They know where we're looking. So as I was about to say, I do genuinely believe that Malphite support is a real thing. I want to see more of that. I do think Malphite and Galio's support are two characters that people are sleeping on right now, especially into the very dominant kind of Alistair Braum meta. Both those characters do pretty well. But this won't be a true trial of it. We need more data there. I do think we're getting a reasonably good test of Xin Zhao. Not as effective as other junglers that fulfill that role, is my takeaway. You might as well have a Jarvan if you want to Xin Zhao.
Oh yeah. Since Sam9 now putting themselves towards the Rift Herald, but Wild Rabbit left all alone. They're gonna go on to him and he has nothing to keep himself alive. That will be a kill going over to Kairos, and it's a shutdown one as well. A killing spree streak for this cannon, but Sam9 will try to do some damage on this mid tier 2. Not really doing too much though. Bug comes in from behind, gets the quickness out. Grand entrance, knocks Raven. They have the crescent sweep from Kazuo. Kazuo is going to put his body in front alongside Swag to do damage onto both Latte and Bug. Backup comes in from RH. They assassinate this Wukong, and Sam9 will be able to take one kill and continue this push.
Yeah, Sam9 just don't care. Like, they stay in that mid lane there, even though they know there's a 4-man squad collapsing on them, even though they're already at a player disadvantage. And they get away with it, so who am I to judge? Yeah, if you look at this replay as well, this Wild Rabbit completely ignored by the whole team of Insomniax. They had to blow everything onto Swag and Kazuo, like you mentioned, right? If those ultimates were used on the front lines, then they have lesser impact, and that was demonstrated in the best possible way, where Wild Rabbit came out on top with 3 kills, and Sam9, they survived with everyone. Yeah, ideally, with something like the Slicing Maelstrom, you want to spend that on the Kai'Sa Ziggs, you want to spend it on the backline, because if you do that, then someone like a Malphite can't do anything about it. The Malphite doesn't have a whole lot of ranged options, so their choice is to get close to you, and if they do that, then they get stunned and take damage, or to just watch, which is the right call. Whereas if you spend that CC, the Slicing Maelstrom, on the Malphite, then the AD carries who are sitting in the backline can do damage to you during that time. And Kairos almost goes down. Same can be said for Kazuo though, but here comes the unstoppable sport from Swak. Onto 2, backline exposed. Sam9, they will take 2 kills for themselves. Wild Rabbit trying to go for the 3rd one, and he does. With the flash forward, gets himself a double kill, then goes backwards into the base, but it does not matter. Raven picks him up with that auto attack again. Kazuo just dashes forward, very audacious charge indeed, but surrenders his life to the inhibitor turret. Sam9 takes the mid lane, and with the Rift Herald still in the base, it might be able to get one charge off. It's going to get a charge. There we go, 1,000 health gone. You know what I call the first Rift Herald of every game? Yep. Sheldon. Wait, what? Shelly? Sheldon? Sheldon. Sheldon. That's a fitting name. Like from the Big Bang Theory. Yeah. So. I love that show. Bazinga. Sheldon will collide with the turret. I don't know. That's all I know about the Big Bang Theory. He says that, right? Yeah, he does. My brother loves that show. I got trivia night down. Yes. Drake will be coming up here. Sam9 are setting up for it. They are completely in control of the game, needless to say. And I don't imagine there's any serious attempt to contest. There may be a steal if they're sloppy, which they kind of are being, but it doesn't look it. Yeah, no flash on the monkey, on Wukong. No chance at all. Insomniax being forced back into the base, and the next fight is going to determine whether Insomniax will even have a chance to play this game longer
But Sem9, they are done playing around. They will go on the Baron Nashor. And this is going to be the final ticket to close out the series. Insomniac scrambling to get to the objective, but they are not going to reach in time. Even Redemption is used down. Mega Inferno Bomb gets dropped down. Cyclone onto 2. They get the flank with the Grand Entrance. The 4-man knockup into Slicing Maelstrom. They actually get a kill. Also Kazuo and Raven. Swat goes down as well. Insomniac get the perfect flank. Here we go. Bazinga indeed. 4 kills for Insomniac. RH will be the last one. Redemption on top. RH finds 1, but Sem9 will not survive this as Insomniac cleans them up and puts that Baron Nashor completely out of commission.
Bazinga indeed! That's exactly the team fight they were looking for. When I said that Insomniac's team fight was good, that they had a solid team comp, that's the team fight I was envisioning. The Slicing Maelstrom doesn't just catch the backline, it catches literally everyone. And that's it, that's the end of the game. Because they have overlapping CC, such that you can Slicing Maelstrom into a Cyclone, into a Grand Entrance, and by that point you've locked down 5 players for 5 minutes, and the sustained damage coming out of the Corki, coming out of the Ezreal adds up. I don't think it's terribly repeatable, but I'm happy to see Sem9 kind of slapped around for their arrogance. They don't have a good team comp here, they aren't playing respectfully, and they deserve to lose at least one fight.
And they indeed have. They're about to face check again. Another collab. Insomniac, they don't hold back. They just throw everything on top of Sem9. Swag and Kazuo both go down. Insomniac extending their lifespan in the series. The game is not done and dusted just yet. Sem9 still have the lead, but it's looking more and more possible for Insomniac to make a comeback.
Yeah, I don't want to, you know, there's still a 10,000 gold lead. I mean, let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. But Insomniacs are getting a word in edgewise. They're telling them off for the disrespect at the very least.
And meanwhile, RH just wins the 2v1 and gets a solo kill on the Wukong. Yeah. So, yeah, it's still pretty much in the lead. Three full items and the stasis upgrade for RH. This Evelyn can still be a threat, and if they don't lock him down, he can be the cleanup crew for Sem9. And in fact, RH waiting in position. They see both Buck and Dan trying to find the opening in, but not able to find it.
They know where this cannon is on the map because they just showed fighting minions in the top side. So frankly, that should have just been a go signal. There was no reason to be coy about that. Because at this point, if Sem9 win a team fight, they can just end. So.
Oh yeah.
Maybe a little bit scared. Sem9 showing a little crack in the understanding of the map, to be honest.
But if they take out this Wukong, it's going to be a bit different, and Linus, catching wind of that, has to blow the Cyclone. The Unstoppable Force used by Swag, but it was an airball. A complete miss, does not get any knockup, so Wukong will be able to survive. Baron up at 15, the Cloud Drake will be up in less than 15 seconds as well. 2 objectives for each respective teams to look at. Insomniac, they preferably will want the Baron Nashor, but Sem9 will start this Cloud Drake.
Yeah, I think actually if you're Insomniac, you want to take away the Drake because you don't want Sem9 to get Elder with 3. But no, they're going to rush towards the Baron. They have a decent speed take on it. I want to see that on the map. I want to see if they've started it. It does look like they have.
Yeah,
there we go. We have a little picture-in-picture. They have not started the Baron.
Yeah, and they're standing on top of the Scuttle Crab, so that will give Sem9 ample time to finish off the Drake. And they're gonna constantly shove in this mid-wave because they did take out the inhibitor turret. So Insomniacs will always have to be on their guard to defend their base against Sem9. This the power of the Rift Herald early on is giving Sem9 such a huge advantage. And RH is not afraid to put himself in front and in case there's any opportunities for him to pounce on.
Yep. This should just be it. Turrets pushed in multiple lanes with the waves all the way back up against the base. Sem9 can either take their time, drift back, grab the Baron and the game, or go in for a 5v5. I think they win either way. But it looks like they will do the former. And Sem9 I don't know how I feel about them coming out of this, because this is obviously a very disrespectful game. They're obviously having fun here. But I have not seen... I do not have enough data across this series to really estimate how they're going to play against the best.
Yep, they already took out 2. Cosros and Dan goes down, and that should be it. That should be the green light for 7-9 to close up the game, while Rabbit going a bit too far, gives his life away, but yeah, it does not matter.
Latte
They've already
has gold.
eliminated 4 guys. It's Latte against
Latte
the
has
world.
gold. I don't know, I believe. 1v4?
It is doable. It is kind of doable, but yeah, RH gonna use
Into
the stasis.
stasis?
7-9 just pours everyone in, and they take down Insomniax 3-0. They are moving on towards the summer group stage.
Congratulations to 7-9. They are the team that I think graduates out of the qualifiers with the most question marks above their head for me. I want to see 7-9 play some of the... I want to see 7-9 play more respectful games, I think, to be honest. There's not a whole lot that can be taken from that in terms of just data, how to expect the Icon series to go. For that, you'll have to tune in. But congratulations nonetheless, 7-9 with a dominant win. Perhaps the most dominant of the games we've seen on stream, as they not only wipe the floor 2 games in a row, but then take the third to goof off a little bit.
Yeah, and it's games like this that makes it hard to pinpoint how good a team actually is. They look good because of how dominant they are. Now, 7-9, they have faced off against the big dogs in the local scene a couple of times, and obviously we've seen some of that in the previous days leading up in the second qualifiers as well, where they were not able to really show up as much. So is this an illusion of 7-9's improvement, or is it something that we can look forward to into summer and be like, yeah, I think 7-9 has a huge chance of taking this towards the next level?
That's kind of what I'm wondering, because like I would say that Ravens and Wild Rabbit looked much better and more coordinated in the team fights this time around. But also, I'm not entirely sure if that will hold up against the kind of team fights that disrupted them in the first place. You know, they lost their games against almost every other team that has qualified for the Icon series in every tournament I have seen prior. So they have a lot of work to do as they slide into here in the last spot and qualifier number 3. I need to see them step up heading into the Icon series proper. I need to see what they can bring to the table.
Yeah, and you know, waiting in the group stage, there are those really strong teams. You know, we have Brajaya Dragon, we have Homie, we have Geek Fam, we have RTZ Underrank. These are all teams that you don't really want to mess with, and they've proven their worth, right? Even a team like Geek Fam, who to me is still the strongest team in Malaysia, needed to qualify in the second one instead of the very first one, which a lot of people would have expected. So 7-9 and Eminence Raptors probably would go into the summer group stage as the underdogs, as the dark horse. So I have a lot of expectations for them. I want to be optimistic, but I guess it's fair enough to say that I can reserve that judgment until they show me that they are worth it.
Yeah, I would say, and I don't know what's going on in the team. I don't want to be too harsh here because maybe these are legitimate strategies that they're trying out. But I would say it is always a little bit disappointing to me when the games aren't taken as seriously as possible. And it did feel like 7-9 were goofing off a little bit there. It did feel like they were kind of just running through it because they knew they could win just on raw mechanics. And that doesn't feel like the right attitude, you know? I want to see people trying as hard as possible and trying to perfect their gameplay, and that's part of the reason I was so excited by Eminence Raptors qualification earlier today, because it did feel like they were trying their hardest and trying new things in every single game. And 7-9 got a little sloppy there towards the end of the series, and you just can't do that against the good teams that they will have to face in the Icon series group stage. So we'll need to make sure that that's a one-off. We'll need to make sure that you're allowed to goof off during some series, but not on the main stage.
Yeah, definitely not. You know, even against the worst opponents or the easiest opponents, you have to kind of just have the mindset of playing your best, right? Regardless of how much you stomp them, you have to display your best. And I think I agree. That's probably the best mindset, but perhaps for 7-9, they just wanted to let it go a bit. We know that those sloppiness were intentional, to say the least. But let's take a look at the highlight reel, and at least for this one, we get some highlights from Insomniax themselves. A good team fight that put them back on the board for a couple of minutes.
I had a vision when we had this really good team fight inside the top half of the jungle where the Cannon Ultimate, the Slicing Maelstrom, just chewed up an entire team by the Baron Pit. And I had a moment where I just had a vision of us going like 4 games. And maybe, Seb9 are tilted off the face of the planet from that and it all turns round. But no, the numbers had added up too much. And the wallets were too big. The mid-turret fell pretty quickly on, just due to the sheer amount of pressure. Here was that team fight. The entire team grouped up, the entire team stunned. A very good draft in this final game. And I was impressed by it from Insomniax. This is the kind of composition that you don't see people run very often, but is a much better draft than the composition they ran that was, I think, that aspired to be similar during game number 2. They wanted to run something with a ton of lightweight frontline CC during game number 2, and they didn't quite get it through a combination of, I think, being outdrafted a little bit and maybe not being entirely clear on what their ideal draft was. This time around, they had a team with a shared theme, and though they weren't able to win the game, you could see during the team fight where that theme was executed upon, where they were able to tick all the boxes. It worked very well.
Yeah, and that's one moment that you will have to, it's hats off to Insomniax. They didn't win the series, but they kind of won our respect and our heart. And I think if they rewatch the VODs, they will feel very vindicated, because leading up to that fight, I was saying that I don't think this is going to work out with the deficit, and they pulled it out of the hat. They get an ace. So, I'm sorry for doubting them. I really enjoyed the team fight, but it's also good on them as well for making it happen. But let's take a look at the MVP, player of the match, or for me, player of the series, undoubtedly Wild Rabbit.
Yeah, really well played from Wild Rabbit across all 3 games. Even the last one, where it all went a little more chaotic, Wild Rabbit was constantly able to provide very good positioning in the team fights, played Kai'Sa, I believe, all 3 games. No, there was a Corki match in there. And just did a very, very good job, because Corki is a similar character where you just need very good team fight awareness and positioning. And that was one of the things that I felt like wasn't there when the fights got very messy during their series during Qualifier 2. When the fights got very chaotic and very messy, Wild Rabbit didn't have the space to operate, wasn't able to find the angles that won team fights. But here on Qualifier 3, that was fixed. We'll have to see whether or not that remains. I think it's a very promising look for Wild Rabbit, and I want to see more of it. But we'll have to see if that's a long-term fix or maybe just a band-aid that worked during this series.
Yeah, and I think from both the teams that qualify, 7-9, Eminence Raptors, we also saw 2 distinct themes. For the Raptors, it was their solo lane, right? The Steezy and Hilla making the big boy plays. But for 7-9, it's their bot lane duo, Wild Rabbit and Swap, is putting on a clinical performance today. Stunning, I would say. So that does elevate the diversity of our contenders in the summer group stage. Now, to echo your question, can 7-9 and Eminence Raptors maintain this consistency as they face off against the true opponents in the main season?
I'm really excited for Eminence Raptors, like genuinely. Watching that series gave me a lot of hope. They were obviously a team that had a ton of potential, a ton of really talented players. But what we saw during that series was an awareness, if not perfect execution, but an awareness of what their team issues were, and they were working on it. The way they were playing across the map, the way they were playing with attention towards tempo and major objective takes was really good. So, genuinely, I think Eminence Raptors are a team to watch over the course of a group stage. They may be able to surprise you. 7-9, I don't know. I don't feel like I have enough information. I want to see more from them as well, obviously. but I'm going to need to see longer series. I'm going to need to see maybe a couple of games in a row, maybe some kind of group stage.
And this will be the updated bracket. Eminence Raptor and Sam9 both qualify for the group stage to join the other teams, Homie, Berjaya Dragons, RTZ Underrank, and Geek Fam, who are already waiting for them on the big stage. And even though I've said a lot about Sam9, from the get-go, from the start of the broadcast, I say I want to keep my eyes on Sam9. These are veterans, I love them a lot. But since they've qualified, I think it's about time for me to expand that topic and look at all the teams who have qualified. And for that, I want to turn my attention towards both Geek Fam and Berjaya Dragons, who have been, standing rivalries since they are formed. And I can't wait to see what they have to bring to the main season. And there's also something that everyone wants to look forward to is JBL, the new JBL Quantum Series.
Do that first. Yes, the new JBL Quantum Series headsets are here, and you can buy them right now, or at least check them out if you head on over to jbl.com.my. What's more, Husky, if you're maybe looking at your phone and you're like, man, I need a better deal on my data. I need some kind of 5 gigabytes for free. We have something for you.
Yep, absolutely. And it is all made possible by Yudu. All you have to do is to turn on your mobile devices, scan the QR code, and get 5 gigabytes worth of data right now. Yudu, powered by Cellcom. And you know what they always say? Nothing does it better like Yudu.
Oh my god, he's so smooth. Alright, thank you very much to our production staff. I just want to start there. Obviously, we're thanking our sponsors, but the production staff made this event work. As well as, of course, you for joining me today, and the audience for watching, the players for playing, even those that didn't make it. I'm going to go back to that question as we wrap this up. Berjaya Dragons, Geek Fam, do you think one of those is the team to watch going into the Icon series, or maybe do you have a third party?
I definitely think that these are the two teams that you have to watch. And I know this is a very...
Call it. Which one?
Yeah, I'm about to. It's a very bold assumption, but you can count on my words for this. I would say, I think Berjaya Dragons should be able to take the entire summer series.
I agree with you. I'm also on the Berjaya Dragons train, so we'll see which of us is right. For now, though, thank you so much for watching. My name's been TJ, that's been Husky. Thank you to our production, thank you to our players, thank you to you for watching. Stay tuned to these channels for information on the Icon Summer Series. You can find all that information at the ESL websites and Twitter. For now, though, have a great rest of your evening. We will see you next time.
We just keep on fighting and we never look back. Here we go, 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 let us heal and go. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come, my tears, still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, you know.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas. Becky telah pun tiba. Becky menjatuhkan serangan. Mereka ingin masuk sekarang, teleport telah pun tiba. Siang telah pun sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that had to sing.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Alright, okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
Holding me still too far away. Even when we're older, I promise that I'll still hold you like we're 17 and we're not afraid of making mistakes.
We're living for the moment now, we're one with the world. I can't lose this feeling I get. My heart's in the right place, and so is my soul, yeah. I won't take no excuses for it. Love it, need it, live it. I feel like something's missing when I do not have it. I feel it in my bones, gotta find my space. These emotions on my face, taking a toll, I gotta pay it forward. I'll give it all that I can. No matter what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take no for an answer. If it don't hurt me, it makes me stronger. Yeah. No what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take it no more. If I won't, I will be there. Just leave it to me. I know what I need. You'll find if you see. And if you believe, you live and you breathe, you'll find the key. Lifting me, lifting you. Can't go alone, let's do by two. Doing this together, it's me by you. All through the night, all through the night. This is me, this is you. When we get together, we can all pull through. I don't ever wanna stop this groove. Let's get it right. Take it to the Lord, then take it to the grave. Listen to the wise man, tell me what he say. Listen to your heartbeat like it still bleed. A little bit of hope, yeah, it's what we still need. Say a little prayer for the moment. Give what you got, just go in. Can't hold you back if you own it. Live your life like a chosen. No matter what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take no for an answer. If it don't hurt me, it makes me stronger.